suppressing Bing Kong. The surrounding onlookers were also quite surprised. It was not difficult for everyone to tell that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were definitely lovers. However, this pair of lovers had been arranged to fight each other. Everyone was very curious. What would be the outcome of the two? On the fighting ring, Lu Ming touched his nose, feeling rather helpless. Lu Ming, do you want to admit defeat? Xian Yanqing smiled cheekily and squinted his big eyes, revealing a sly look. I admit defeat? Sure, but... As Lu Ming spoke, he looked at Bing Kong and the rest at the bottom of the stairs. In a battle with Xian Yanqing, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. If Xian Yanqing wanted him to admit defeat, he would. He was worried that if Xian Yanqing won, he would have to face Bing Kong and the others. With Xian Yanqing's current cultivation, he was no match for Bing Kong and the others. Hee, silly, I'm just joking with you. I can't deal with those guys, so I'll leave them to you. You have to get first place or I won't let you off. Xian Yanqing laughed, then looked around and said, I admit defeat. Xian Yanqing admitted defeat. The space twisted, and Xian Yanqing was teleported out. Lu Ming was teleported to the platform at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone was speechless. Lu Ming had won too easily. There were a total of 5 people on the platform below the stairs. Lu Ming, Eden, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji. The 5 strongest paragons of the Divine Ruins continent group had been born. Everyone's eyes fell on the 5 of them. At this moment, the white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect stepped out and his voice spread throughout the entire place. Next, the final battle will begin. It's very simple. All of you will climb the stairs. The first person to do so will be first, the second will be second, and so on. On the stairs, you can use any method. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, Bing Kong, Eden, and the others' eyes lit up. They sized each other up and were on guard. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, the 5 of them stepped forward at the same time, heading up the stairs. As he stepped down, the stairs rumbled, as if a mountain had landed on the stairs. What a strong pressure! As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the stairs, he felt an immense pressure on his body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This flight of stairs was indeed not that simple. Standing on the first step, the 5 of them were on guard against each other, preventing each other from attacking. Lu Ming, what right do you have to be with us? Get lost. At this moment, Bing Kong's cold gaze was directed at Lu Ming as he berated him coldly. When the Ice Dragon was defeated by Lu Ming back then, he had always harbored a grudge in his heart. He had secretly begged Bing Kong to take revenge for him when he had the chance. At that moment, Bing Kong immediately made his move. Moreover, the 5 people on the field, Eden, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji, were the strongest heaven's favorites of the 4 Corners Divine Palace. They were on par with him. As for Lu Ming, what was he? How could they stand together with them and compete with them? He wanted to blast Lu Ming down first. Buzz! He threw an icy palm at Lu Ming. The icy cold air seemed to be about to freeze Lu Ming's blood. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm, clashing with Bing Kong's palm force. Bang! Bing Kong's body swayed slightly and he took a step back. Lu Ming's body did not move, but a cold current flowed along Lu Ming's arm and seeped into it. Lu Ming blocked it with his 5-colored concept. A layer of white frost covered his arm and crackling sounds could be heard. In the end, Lu Ming circulated his essential core and shook it violently, dispersing the cold air. What a terrifying cold chi! Lu Ming could feel that the cold air was several times stronger than the Ice Dragon. In a battle of the same level, the Ice Dragon was no match for Bing Kong. Moreover, Bing Kong's cultivation was higher. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Bing Kong's eyes darkened and his aura became even colder. Extreme Ice Seal. The icy palm continued to strike at Lu Ming. The extremely cold palm energy was aimed at Lu Ming. The entire space was frozen wherever the palm energy passed. Everything in the space was frozen. The martial technique of creation and its maturity were definitely not at the 3rd level. It should have reached the 4th level. On the side, Eden, Jianzhan, and Zi Wuji all had grave expressions. The dragon energy roared in Lu Ming's body. The 9 streams of dragon energy burst out completely. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline emerged. The blood-red energy surged into Lu Ming's body, and a terrifying killing intent rushed towards the ice. Ooh! Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and punched out with both fists. Bang! 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 The terrifying cold air turned the entire staircase snowy. Eden, Jianzhan, and Zi Wuji retreated as they released their Jin Yuan to block the cold air. Lu Ming and Bing Kong exchanged 9 moves in a row. In the end, Lu Ming broke through Bing Kong's palm force and attacked him. If you want me to go down first, then I'll let you go first. Lu Ming bellowed, his aura soaring. With the prison-suppressing heavenly art in his left hand and lightning flashing in his right hand, he cast the Thunder God strike. The lightning phoenix danced in the air as it pounced towards the ice. At the same time, the prison-suppressing heaven art also suppressed the ice. Bing Kong's face was dark and his cultivation was pushed to the extreme. The middle stage of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm was slightly higher than Zi Wuji's and Jianzhan's. His true essence was as vast as the ocean. Combined with martial techniques of intent, the power was even more terrifying. Absolute Zero, ice-sealing world. Bing Kong's black hair turned snow-white and carried a terrifying cold current. He launched a storm-like attack on Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely and exchanged dozens of moves in a row. However, Lu Ming still had the upper hand. At the moment, there were 9 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body. When they burst out, they were extremely powerful, just like Long Chen. Even if his cultivation level was not high enough, he could make up for it. Lu Ming broke through the endless cold currents and continued to attack the ice. In the end, Bing Kong was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's punch. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Then, Lu Ming continued to step forward and punch the air, constantly blasting the ice. Bing Kong was completely outmatched and was suppressed by Lu Ming. His body shook violently and he finally retreated down the stairs and landed on the platform below. Lu Ming's combat strength is so strong. Even Bing Kong is being suppressed by him. He's indeed powerful. He's only at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, a full level behind Bing Kong, but he managed to defeat someone stronger than him. He's really powerful. It seems that he was delayed by something when he was clearing the trial. Otherwise, with his combat strength, he would not be so slow. That's right, we've underestimated him. Previously, when Lu Ming was the 10th person to succeed, he took more than 2 hours. Many people thought that Lu Ming's combat strength was not strong and that he might have used some secret skill to fight with young Master Lin. Now, it seemed that it was not the case at all. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely shocking. He was stronger than they had imagined. Even Bing Kong, who had reached the middle stage of the 9th level spiritual god realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. Such combat strength was truly shocking. Whoosh! Bing Kong let out an angry roar. The bloodline appeared above his head. It was an ice river that emitted an icy aura. Joining forces to fight Lu Ming, Bing Kong was extremely aggrieved by Lu Ming's attacks. He planned to use his blood meridian fusion to fight Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He turned around and strode up the stairs. Eden, Jianzhan, and Zi Wuji were already climbing the stairs with all their might. Zi Wuji, stay. An iron sword appeared in Jianzhan's hand. The iron sword crossed the sky, and sword chi whistled as it slashed toward Zi Wuji. Zi Wuji's entire body emitted a rich purple light. The purple light condensed into a long spear, piercing through the air and fighting against the sword. Eden carried the Guqin on his back and strode up the stairs. Lu Ming chased after him quickly. Lu Ming, stay here. Bing Kong transformed into an ice river and chased after Lu Ming with a roar. The ice river danced in the air and ice arrows shot out from the ice river, aiming at Lu Ming. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He had already let Bing Kong off. But this person was insatiable. He was really courting death. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped in the air and pounced toward the ice river. The terrifying power kept colliding with the ice river. Although the ice river was constantly releasing terrifying killing moves, they were all broken by the 9 dragons. The dragon claws kept striking the ice river, making the ice river boil and shake. Damn it! Bing Kong's angry roar came from the ice river. He was no match for Lu Ming even if he activated his blood meridian. Sword battle, Ziwuji, and Eden, let's join forces and defeat this person first. Otherwise, with this person around, none of us will be able to win first place. Bing Kong shouted. This made Jian Zhan and Ziwuji's eyes flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He was too strong. Even Bing Kong was suppressed by Lu Ming. They knew their own limitations. They were definitely not Lu Ming's match in a one-on-one battle. If they let Lu Ming climb with all his might, they would not be able to get first place. If they dealt with Lu Ming first, it would be hard to tell who would be the first place if only the 4 of them were left to compete. Buzz! All of a sudden, the sword battle's sword gleam changed direction and slashed at Lu Ming. Ziwuji held a long spear and charged at Lu Ming. They had really joined forces to fight Lu Ming together. So what if we join forces? Then I'll accompany you in a satisfying battle. Lu Ming shouted. The blood in his body was boiling. It had been a long time since he had used his full strength in a battle between his peers. Roar! The 9 dragons let out a roar as their devouring power burst forth, enveloping Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji. At the same time, the 9 dragons stepped into the air and activated the prison's suppressing heavenly art, constantly bombarding them. On the stairs, the sound of explosions continued to ring out. The 4 of them were engaged in an intense battle. In the sword battle, Ziwuji performed the fusion of blood meridians one after another, exploding with his strongest combat power to fight Lu Ming. For a time, the 4 of them were actually fighting to a standstill. Lu Ming also went all out. He cast the 9 seals of the divine gate from time to time. This secret skill was extremely powerful. Jian Zhan and the others were afraid of it. As soon as they saw the sealing door appear, they tried their best to avoid it. Eden stood at the top of the stairs. He didn't continue to climb. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle below. Geniuses had the pride of geniuses. He could have taken the opportunity to climb all the way to the top of the stairs, but it would be meaningless if he did that. Even if he won, it would be meaningless because the experts of the 4 major powers of the Yuan continent would all see it. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the 3 paragons had exchanged more than 50 moves. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. It was as if there was no limit. The stronger his opponent was, the stronger he would be. In a situation where his cultivation was lagging behind, he was able to fight against 3 of the strongest heaven's favorites. This was too shocking. There were only a few of them since ancient times. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is indeed incredible. This man is now a member of Dragon God Valley. The experts of Dragon God Valley laughed. Hee, what a joke. It's not a must to join Dragon God Valley after awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons. You can also rise quickly by joining other forces. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect said unhappily. Not bad. The Tianyu demonic sect also spoke. Even the experts of the Tianyu demonic sect were tempted by such a person. Only the white-haired old man from the heavenly god sect did not speak. This was because before the 3 great forces Dragon God Valley, Tianyu demon sect, and Jiuxiao sword sect had appeared, he had personally said that he would cancel Lu Ming's assessment. Now that Lu Ming's performance was so amazing, it was simply a slap to his face. He could not bring himself to fight for Lu Ming. You're the ones who are ridiculous. Most of the people in Dragon God Valley have awakened the true dragon bloodline. The worst is the Flood Dragon bloodline. They are all related to dragons. They have broken through to the Emperor realm and cultivated the dragon body. Lu Ming is the most suitable person to join Dragon God Valley. What are you all doing here? The Dragon God Valley expert said unhappily. The others did not say anything. It was meaningless to fight for it now. They had to wait for the assessment to end and let Lu Ming make his own decision. In the Heaven God sect, young Master Lin's face was extremely dark. He was the most displeased one. On the stairs, the battle continued. The 9 dragons roared and attacked with their claws. The dragon tail swept across. Every inch of his body was a weapon that could unleash the strongest power. The more they fought, the more shocked Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji became. They realized that they were gradually losing. They had never thought that there would be such a powerful heaven's favorite in the world. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still at a disadvantage. Before the assessment, they did not take Lu Ming seriously. Even if Lu Ming defeated young Master Lin, they did not mind too much. With their combat strength, it would not be too difficult for them to defeat young Master Lin. In their eyes, the only opponents were the strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces. Bing Kong, Eden, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji only had one opponent in their eyes. They had never expected that Lu Ming, the young man who had suddenly appeared, would be so powerful. Buzz. Bush. At this moment, the sound of a zither was heard. At the same time, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. A phoenix bathed in flames flew toward Lu Ming. Eden has made his move. Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji's eyes lit up with joy. Eden finally couldn't help but join the battle. Eden finally took out the zither he carried on his back and played the phoenix divine song. The phoenix that flew out was much more powerful than the one that had appeared during the battle with Tai Hong. The claws of the 9 dragons struck the blazing phoenix and sent it flying. However, the scales on the claws of the 9 dragons were also burned red and almost melted. The temperature of the flames was shockingly high. Then, another phoenix cry was heard. A green phoenix flew out and worked with the flaming phoenix. The wind boosted the fire and it was even more powerful as it charged towards Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming shouted, his fighting spirit soaring. He used all his combat strength to fight the 4 of them. Eden's participation made the battle even more intense. Lu Ming used all his means and killed his way through. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning as thick as arms shot in all directions. Thunder God strike, breakthrough. The youth champion, Lu Ming. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's Thunder God strike finally broke through to the 4th level. Martial techniques of creation, like other martial techniques, were divided into 6 levels. The power of the 4th level was already very amazing. His dragon claws were covered in lightning. When he stepped out, the sky was filled with lightning. 9 strikes of the iron sword. An iron sword streaked across the sky, cutting through the space and slashing toward Lu Ming. East rising purple chi. The sky was filled with purple light. A purple spear, extremely sharp, was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Ice Aeon. An ice river made of cold air swept toward Lu Ming. Phoenix dance. A zither appeared above Eden's head. A phoenix pattern was carved on the zither. This was Eden's bloodline, the phoenix zither. The phoenix zither and the ancient zither in Eden's hands merged into one. Sonorous zither notes burst out. This time, 7 phoenixes flew out at the same time toward Lu Ming. The 4 strongest paragons attacked at the same time, unleashing their strongest attack that enveloped Lu Ming. Heavens, he's too strong. Lu Ming is definitely no match for him. He's going to be defeated. Someone exclaimed. But even more people had their eyes wide open as they stared at the stairs. They didn't even blink and even forgot to breathe. They didn't dare to blink as they were afraid that the moment they did, the situation would change. They stared at the battle intently. Lu Ming, can you block it? Many people had the same thought. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing clenched her fists tightly. She was extremely nervous. Lose, quickly lose. It's best if you're killed by this attack. You'd better be annihilated. Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as Ice Dragon, Wang Zhen, Xian Yinjuan, and young Master Lin, were praying silently. Look, Lu Ming can't hold on any longer. His blood meridian is collapsing. It's true, he's finished. Lu Ming is too high profile. He's fighting the top 4 alone. He's doomed to lose. Exclamations of shock could be heard. At this time, under the joint attack of the 4 strongest heaven's favorites, the 9-dragon bloodline collapsed inch by inch. It seemed to be unable to withstand it and dissipated into light. The crowd saw Lu Ming's body in the light from the collapse of the 9-dragon bloodline. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body was drowned in endless light and the attacks of the 4 powerful experts. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Many people thought to themselves, his blood meridian had collapsed. How could Lu Ming withstand such an attack? Collect! At this critical moment, Eden pressed his hands on the zither and forced the 7 phoenixes back. However, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji didn't stop their attacks. Instead, they became even more violent. Lu Ming was too strong and they were jealous of him. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. At this moment, a huge stone tablet rushed out of the light, emitting a bright light. It quickly became the size of a mountain. Suppress! Lu Ming's voice came from the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet shone with a brilliant light. With a shake, all the attacks were destroyed. The bloodline of the prison suppressing steel. The surrounding spectators were all stunned and only reacted after a long time. Another bloodline, a divine level rank 8 bloodline. Lu Ming actually has 2 types of blood vessels. One is divine level 8 and the other is divine level 9. How is that possible? And what's with his 8th ranked divine bloodline? How could he be so powerful? It can destroy the attacks of Bing Kong and the others in one fell swoop. The scene was in an uproar. At first, they thought that Lu Ming would be killed by this attack. However, at the critical moment, Lu Ming actually burst out another kind of blood meridian and blocked the attacks of several powerful experts. It left them dumbfounded. The prison guarding steel. This is the bloodline of the prison guarding steel. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect couldn't help but exclaim. It really is the bloodline of the prison guarding steel. One is the 9 dragons, and the other is the legendary prison guarding steel. It's incredible. The legendary 9 heaven-suppressing steels. The experts from Dragon God Valley, Jiuxiao Sword Sect, and Tianyu Demon Sect all exclaimed in shock. It was as if seeing the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was more shocking than seeing the 9 dragons bloodline. Suppress! As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the prison-suppressing steel trembled and pressed down on the icy sky. Boom! The huge prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the ice river, causing a scream to come out of the ice river. Again! There was a layer of blood-red light on the prison-suppressing steel, which was the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming had borrowed more power from the 3rd bloodline to make the power of the prison-suppressing steel even stronger. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down again and hit the ice river. This time, the ice river shook violently and collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating. Bing Kong's figure appeared, blood spurting out of his mouth. He flew far away and hit the platform below the stairs, spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. This change was too sudden. From the appearance of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to its fierce attack on Bing Kong, it had only taken a breath's time to severely injure him. Attack! At this moment, in the sword battle, Zi Wuji attacked at the same time. His iron sword and long spear were aimed at Lu Ming. The prison-suppressing steel shook and directly hit the iron sword and the long spear. The part below the bloodline was the original body of the prison-suppressing steel, which was indestructible. The iron sword and the spear hit the steel with only 2 clangs before they were flicked away by the bloodline. Buzz! Then, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel suppressed the 2 of them. With 2 loud bangs, the two of them were forced to retreat. Up until now, in the sword battle, Zi Wuji and the others had used up a lot of their bloodline power. Lu Ming had just used the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and his bloodline power was still abundant. He kept attacking the two of them. Eden didn't do anything during this process. In the sword battle, Zi Wuji and Lu Ming could not withstand many moves. Their blood vessels were also destroyed by Lu Ming, and their bodies were sent flying while vomiting blood. The three powerhouses were all injured by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel and continued to suppress the ice. Bing Kong's eyes flashed with fear as he shouted, "I admit defeat." Then the space flashed and Bing Kong was teleported out. Umph! Lu Ming snorted coldly and aimed the prison-suppressing steel at Jian Zhan and Zi Wuji. The two of them were helpless. Now that their blood meridian power had been exhausted, they were no match for Lu Ming and could only admit defeat. Only Lu Ming and Eden were left on the stairs. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed into Lu Ming's appearance. "Do you still want to continue?" Lu Ming looked at Eden. Just now, Eden had withdrawn its attack at the critical moment. This made Lu Ming's impression of him improve slightly. He did not launch an attack. "Is there still a need? I'm not your match." Eden forced a smile and shook his head. He put away his zither and stepped out of the staircase, appearing in the void outside. At this point, Lu Ming was the only one left on the stairs. At this moment, Lu Ming was the center of attention. There was no doubt about the assessment this time. Lu Ming was in first place. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had single-handedly fought 4 of the strongest geniuses. If anyone had said this before, no one would have believed it. They would definitely have been called a lunatic. Even now, some people were still in a daze and felt that this was very unreal. Joining the Dragon God Valley. There was only one person on the stairs. Lu Ming turned around and walked up the stairs, step by step. In the void all around, countless people's eyes fell on Lu Ming. The scene was silent. Only the melodious sound of Lu Ming's footsteps could be heard. A few minutes later, Lu Ming reached the highest point. He stepped on the air and appeared beside Xian Yanqing. "Not bad. It's worth it for me to admit defeat this time." Xian Yanqing smiled brightly. "Of course. How can your man be bad?" Lu Ming smiled. "Don't be so smug." Xian Yanqing blushed. "Ah, great. You're really impressive. You have such combat strength and cultivation at such a young age. Even in my Dragon God Valley, you're considered a pretty good heavenly pride. In our Dragon God Valley, those who have awakened the bloodline of the true dragon and broken through to the Emperor realm have cultivated the supreme dragon body." The expert from Dragon God Valley laughed as he came to Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming with fiery eyes and was full of anticipation. "Lu Ming, although Dragon God Valley cultivates the dragon body, they are not the only ones who have the cultivation method. Jiuxiao Sword Sect also has it. Lu Ming, if you want to join Jiuxiao Sword Sect, you can state your conditions." The expert from the Jiuxiao Sword Sect chimed in. "What do you mean? Are you going against the Dragon God Valley?" The eyes of the Dragon God Valley expert turned cold as he looked at the Jiuxiao Sword Sect expert unhappily. The expert from the Jiuxiao Sword Sect sneered fearlessly. The expert from the Tianyu demonic sect wanted to say something, but Lu Ming had nothing to do with the demonic Dao. He figured that there was little hope of inviting Lu Ming. After some thought, he turned to Xian Yanqing and said, "Miss, your talent in the demonic path is extremely pure, and my Tianyu demonic sect mainly cultivates the demonic path. How about I invite you to join my Tianyu demonic sect?" The Tianyu demon sect. Xian Yanqing was tempted, but he shook his head after looking at Lu Ming. "Thank you, senior. I'll follow Lu Ming. I'll join whichever sect he joins." What? Many people were stunned. Xian Yanqing would follow Lu Ming wherever he went. Little Qin. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing and his heart warmed. This? The expert from the Tianyu demonic sect wanted to say something but stopped. "Ah, Lu Ming, just join the Dragon God Valley. Only the Dragon God Valley can bring out your full potential. The expert from Dragon God Valley said. Not bad. At this moment, the expert from the Tianyu demon sect spoke. Lu Ming, you'll join Dragon God Valley, and this lady will join my Tianyu demon sect. Dragon God Valley and Tianyu demon sect are very close to each other, so you can visit each other often. This way, you can meet each other often, and it won't affect your cultivation. To be honest, if this girl doesn't join a demonic sect, her talent will be wasted. The expert from the Tianyu demonic sect persuaded. But Xian Yanqing still shook his head. Seniors, if we join your sect, can we delay our journey to the Yuan continent for a while? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can. The experts from Dragon God Valley, Tianyu demonic sect, and Jiuxiao sword sect all nodded. Since it's like this. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. Shaoqing, why don't you join the Tianyu demonic sect? I'll join the Dragon God Valley. We can meet often anyway. The powerhouse from the Tianyu demonic sect was right. If Xian Yanqing followed him and joined the Dragon God Valley or other forces, it would only be a waste of talent. After all, cultivation was the most important thing for warriors. Moreover, he didn't need to go there immediately. He could go there after a while. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the eyes of the experts from the Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demon sect lit up. Xian Yanqing pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right then. Senior, I'm willing to join Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the expert from Dragon God Valley. Good huh? The experts of Dragon God Valley were overjoyed. Xian Yanqing also expressed his desire to join the Tianyu demon sect, and the experts of the Tianyu demon sect were also overjoyed. Although Xian Yanqing's cultivation level was still low, his potential was limitless. Both Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demon sect were overjoyed. They had each gained a rare genius. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect shook his head and sighed. The white-haired elder from the heavenly god sect looked gloomy and did not say anything. The others were envious. Other people could not join a sect even if they wanted to. However, Lu Ming had been invited by several sects and forces. The treatment was incomparable. Following that, Dragon God Valley, Jiuxiao sword sect, and Tianshan sect began to fight for Dragon Chen. After all, Long Chen's awakened immemorial dragon elephant bloodline also had endless potential. In the end, Long Chen also chose Dragon God Valley, which made the leader of Dragon God Valley laugh his head off. Bing Kong, how about you join my Tianshan sect? Jianzhan, how about you join Jiuxiao sword sect? Then, the four forces started to send out invitations to Eden, Ice Sky, Sword Battle, and Ziwuji. In the end, Bing Kong joined the Tianshan sect, Jianzhan joined the Jiuxiao sword sect, Ziwuji joined the Tianshan sect, and so did Eden. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven God sect were more diverse and suitable for most of the Heaven's favorites to join. The white-haired old man of the Heavenly God sect finally revealed a smile on his face. Xian Yanjuan, what do you think about joining my Tianshan sect? At this moment, the Tianshan sect sent an invitation to Xian Yanjuan. Xian Yanjuan was overjoyed. He nodded without hesitation. After that, geniuses like Ji Hongchen and Wang Zhen were also invited to join the four great sections. The remaining paragons looked at the four sects with eager eyes, hoping to be invited. Your name is Yang Pot Ian, right? How about you join the Jiuxiao sword sect? The Jiuxiao sword sect's expert looked at Yang Pot Ian, causing his body to tremble violently. His eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect to be invited, so he quickly nodded in agreement. Even though his cultivation is low, he has comprehended the will of space. No wonder he was chosen by the Jiuxiao sword sect. Someone said, time and space were the kings. The space mentality was rare and powerful, and there were very few people who could comprehend it. Yang Potion's cultivation was still low, and he did not have any cultivation methods related to the space mentality. There were many mysteries that he had not developed yet. If he went to a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he would be very terrifying when he fully developed the space concept. Oh my god, this way, There are 5 people from the Divine Wilderness continent who have been selected to join a large sect in the Yuan continent. Someone exclaimed. Everyone thought in their hearts, as expected. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Long Chen, Xian Yanjuan, and Yang Padian. A total of 5 people had joined the major sects of the Yuan continent. The number of people had even surpassed that of the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked second. This made the other young geniuses extremely envious and jealous. The other heaven's favorites looked at the powerhouses from the 4 forces with hope, hoping that they would be chosen. Unfortunately, the experts from the 4 forces did not make any moves after that. They glanced at the many heaven's favorites and frowned, as if they were thinking. In the end, 3 more people were chosen. They were all heaven's favorites with low cultivation but good potential. 2 years later. After that, the experts from the 4 sects of the Yuan continent did not continue to speak. This caused most of the heaven's favorites who were not chosen to panic. Senior, Junior is willing to join the Tianshan sect. Senior, I'm willing to join the Jiuxiao sword sect. Please grant me my wish. One by one, the young men knelt down, hoping to join the 4 sections. You guys can't. You don't have enough talent and potential. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect waved his sleeves and rejected him directly. Following that, Dragon God Valley, Tianshan sect, and other sects also rejected him one by one. Senior, please grant me my wish. Some heaven's favorites shouted. All right, coming to the Divine Ruins continent group to recruit disciples is already an exception. You don't have to say anything more. The voice of the white-haired elder from the Heaven God sect turned cold. A faint pressure emanated from his body, causing many people's faces to change. Many young geniuses sighed and looked disappointed. They knew that they had no fate with the major sects of the Yuanlu continent. All right, this trip is considered a great success. Haha. The experts of Dragon God Valley laughed, which made the experts of the other 3 sects look down on them. Without a doubt, Dragon God Valley had gained the most this time. They had recruited Lu Ming and Long Chen, 2 heaven's favorites with endless potential. Of course, it was a great success. Lu Ming, Long Chen, we're going back to the Yuan continent soon. Are you going to the Dragon God Valley with us now or after a while? I can tell you that the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent is not something that the cultivation conditions of the continent group of the Divine Ruins can compare to. It is countless times better. Cultivating in the Yuan continent, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The Dragon God Valley expert continued to speak in a tempting tone. Some of the heaven's favorites who joined the Dragon God Valley had their eyes lit up. Senior, I'm willing to go with you. I'm also willing. The young men nodded. Senior, I still have matters to attend to in the Divine Wilderness continent. I might have to wait for a while. Lu Ming said. Then, Long Chen also said that he would go there after a while. Lu Ming, Long Chen, take these 2 tokens, which means you are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. There is some information about you in them. I will give you 2 years. 2 years later, you can come here with the tokens, and the disciples of the Dragon God Valley will come to pick you up. The Dragon God Valley experts threw 2 tokens at Lu Ming and Long Chen. Lu Ming caught them and put them away. My Tianyu demon sect is the same. If you want to go, you can follow me to the Yuan continent. If you have something to do, come back after 2 years. The expert from the Tianyu demon sect said. The same goes for the Heavenly God sect. The Jiuxiao sword sect is the same. The conditions of the other 3 sects were the same as that of Dragon God Valley. Those who were willing to go to the Yuan continent could leave now. Those who were unwilling could come here with their disciple tokens 2 years later and someone would come to pick them up. Naturally, most of the young people said that they would head to the Yuan continent immediately. People like Eden, Bing Kong, Xian Yanjuan, and Yang Padian also expressed that they would leave for the Yuan continent immediately. As for Xian Yanqing, he naturally shook his head. He would wait for 2 years before heading to a big sect in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, just stay in a broken place like the continent group of the Divine Ruins. When we meet again in 2 years, I'll definitely surpass you. Xian Yinjuan gritted her teeth in her heart. She was very happy that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were going to stay in the Divine Ruins Continent group, but she also despised them. In fact, most of the geniuses were disdainful. They couldn't figure it out. Cultivators placed cultivation as the most important thing. Furthermore, geniuses like them were at the golden age of cultivation. It was the time for them to advance by leaps and bounds. 2 years was enough to reverse the situation. They were confident that 2 years later, they were fully confident that they would be able to trample on Lu Ming, who was ranked first this time. In the end, only 5 or 6 people decided not to go for the time being. The Divine Wilderness occupied 3 continents. Surprisingly, Ji Hongchen did not go either. Clearly, she also had important matters to attend to and would only leave after 2 years. Alright, that's it for this time. You can all leave now. For the 4 great divine palaces, my Tianshan sect will naturally reward you according to your merits. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect said. Then, the experts of the other 3 sects also said the same thing. The emperors of the 4 divine palaces were overjoyed. The assessment of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent came to an end. Many onlookers slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the rest followed the black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace back to their residence. They were ready to return to the South God Palace, where they would send a cross-sea flying ship to send them back to their respective continents. It was worth mentioning that the black-robed middle-aged man and the other powerhouses of the South God Palace were very nice to Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Long Chen. They had a sense of respect for them. It was not difficult for the crowd to understand. Lu Ming and the rest were now disciples of a big sect in the Yuanlu continent. Their status was completely different from before. The next day, everyone returned to the South God Palace. When the South God Palace found out that Lu Ming had obtained first place and that he was from the Divine Wilderness continent, it naturally caused a wave of shock and envy. Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xian Yanqing were staying at General Peak for the time being. Ming Zi, the Heartless Monk, and Moonless Bodhisattva, who were not selected, were also staying at General Peak. They were waiting for the South Deity Palace to arrange a cross-sea airship to send them back. It would take a long time to arrange for a ship to cross the sea. They had to wait for 2 days. Time passed quickly and night fell. Young Master Lu Ming, is Miss Nianqing here? After the sky darkened, a voice suddenly rang out outside the General Peak. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of cultivating, ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He saw Xian Yanqing walking out of his room as well. The 2 of them looked at each other in surprise, wondering who was looking for them. After the 2 of them walked out of the courtyard, they saw an amiable-looking old man standing in the air. I'm Ji Fu. Greetings, young Master Lu Ming and Miss Nianqing. The old man hurriedly saluted Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing when he saw them. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. May I know why Senior is looking for the 2 of us? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. My family's young miss asked me to come. She said that she's acquainted with the 2 of you and will be bidding farewell in a few days. She wants to invite the 2 of you to a banquet. The old man said. May I know who your young lady is? Lu Ming asked curiously. My young lady is Ji Hongchen. The old man smiled. So it's Miss Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It seems like there's a beauty who's interested in you. At the side, Xian Yanqing pouted and muttered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and sent a voice transmission to Xian Yanqing. Didn't I also invite you? I think I'm just taking advantage of you. Xian Yanqing continued to pout. Then forget it, I'm not going. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing helplessly. Of course I'm going. Am I a petty person? Xian Yanqing rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said, Senior, please lead the way. This? Lu Ming could only sigh. He really could not keep up with the way girls thought. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Nianqing, please follow me. The old man was overjoyed and turned around to lead the way. When the old man turned around, A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not notice it at all. Killing a supreme being. The old man led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing to the north. After flying for a while, the terrain became more remote. "Senior, Miss Ji Hongchen is staying here?" Lu Ming asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. "Miss has a courtyard here. The environment is elegant and tranquil. Miss likes to invite distinguished guests here." The old man explained with a kind expression. "Oh." Lu Ming nodded and continued to fly forward with the old man. "Lu Ming, I feel that something is not right." Xian Yanqing sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Let's see." Lu Ming nodded. After flying for a while, the terrain became even more remote. "Senior, please wait a moment." At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The old man stopped and turned around. "Young Master Lu, what's the matter? We're almost there." "You weren't sent by Ji Hongchen, were you?" Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he suddenly spoke. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Young Master Lu, are you mistaken? I was indeed sent by the young lady." "You still dare to lie to me? Miss Ji Hongchen just sent me a voice transmission saying that he would look for me at the General Peak, but he couldn't find me. If you were sent here by him, why would you personally look for me?" Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The old man's expression changed drastically and became extremely gloomy. "Buzz!" He slammed his palm towards Lu Ming's heart. A violent pressure surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. This old man had a cultivation base of the Great Circle of the Spiritual God stage. His sudden attack was terrifying. However, Lu Ming was prepared. The dragon power in his body burst out and he also struck out with his palm. Bang! As the two palms met, the old man's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. One of his arms was directly blown into pieces. He retreated madly and blood spurted out of his mouth. "Who the hell are you? Who sent you?" Lu Ming's gaze was extremely gloomy, and a cold, killing intent burst out. "Oof, Lu Ming, you're lucky," the old man said with a cold face. "I'm not lucky. Ji Hongchen didn't look for me at all. I was just spouting nonsense," Lu Ming said indifferently. Earlier on, he said that Ji Hongchen had gone to look for him, but that didn't happen at all. He had only wanted to trick the old man. He didn't expect that this old man really had ulterior motives and that he would be exposed in an instant. Phew! The old man was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He had lived for thousands of years and did not expect to be played by a young man like Lu Ming. "Tell me who sent you here. I'll give you a quick death." Lu Ming strode toward the old man. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, smoke-like auras rose from all directions. They were extremely terrifying and powerful. There were a total of 6 auras, and each one of them was much stronger than the old man in front of him. Supreme. 6 supreme martial artists. Sila. The space cracked open and 6 figures stepped out. They surrounded Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, blocking their way out. The 6 figures were all wrapped in black robes, hiding their bodies and faces. "They really think highly of me. They actually sent 6 great supremes." Lu Ming sneered. He was guessing who had such great power. This place was the South God Palace. Only the great forces of the South God Palace could send 6 supreme martial artists to kill him. Was it the Mu family or the Wang family? Kill! Kill! The 6 supreme martial artists did not waste any time. They attacked immediately. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. At the same time, 6 terrifying attacks fell on the 2 of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing pressed down with both hands, and a terrifying force field spread out in all directions with her as the center. As soon as the 6 great masters entered the Sky Demon Power Field, their figures suddenly became sluggish, and their expressions changed slightly. With Xian Yanqing's current combat strength, he could already affect a supreme being. Kill! The Lu Ming shouted as his third bloodline emerged, making him even more powerful. He took a step in the air and instantly approached one of the Supremes. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the other party also threw a palm at the same time. There was a loud boom. Lu Ming did not move, but the other party's body trembled violently and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, spewing a mouthful of blood. This scene caused the hearts of the others to tremble wildly. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. With one move, he had injured a supreme being. Was this the strength of the first place in the assessment? It could also be said that this was the strength of the #1 prodigy in the Divine Ruins continent. Activate your bloodline and kill him with all your might. A supreme martial artist spoke. A bloodline appeared above his head as he used bloodline fusion. The other 5 supreme martial artists also performed bloodline fusion. Exterminate. Xian Yanqing also performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into a beautiful heavenly demon. The heavenly demon force field was even more terrifying. At the same time, the force field was filled with a powerful destructive force, making it difficult for the 6 supreme martial artists to move. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and pounced toward the 6 great masters. Bang! With just a single move, a supreme martial artist was beaten to the point of spitting out a large mouthful of blood. If the other supreme beings had not come to his rescue in time, Lu Ming could have taken the opportunity to kill this supreme being. A black-robed man stood in the air and looked down at the battle. Lu Ming was very familiar with one of the young men. It was young Master Lin from the deity sect. At this moment, young Master Lin's face was vicious and he looked down with killing intent. This kid is really talented. Even in the Yuan continent, he's not bad. It's a pity that he doesn't want to join my Tianshan sect. I can only kill him. Beside young Master Lin was a middle-aged man. He was one of the 2 middle-aged men from the Heaven God sect. Humph, I've already found out that my son Mujue was killed by this man. He must die. Beside the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect, there were 2 men in black robes. One of them spoke coldly. At this moment, the battle below was even more intense. The 6 great supremes worked well together, but Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's combined combat strength was equally shocking. Lu Ming, in particular, was brave and invincible. Buzz! On the heads of the 9 dragons, a lightning cauldron the size of a mountain appeared and crashed towards one of the supreme martial artists. Bang! The supreme being was hit so hard that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was charred black, and his body almost exploded. The 9 dragons roared and the devouring power burst out, enveloping the other party. Then he grabbed out with his claws and grabbed at the other party. No, save me! The supreme being screamed in fear. The other supreme beings shouted in anger and tried to help. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron, and thousands of lightning bolts filled the air to block the supreme beings. Pucci! The 9-dragon claw clawed into the supreme being's dantian, and the terrifying power shattered his body and dragged his spirit out. The spiritual god had the appearance of an old man. At that moment, his face was filled with endless fear. Spare me! He wanted to beg for mercy, but the dragon god exploded when the dragon claw clenched. A supreme being was killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current combat strength and the lightning cauldron, it would not be too difficult for him to kill an ordinary supreme being. Chapter 1269 Battling the Emperor. Lu Ming had killed a supreme being in a thunderous manner. The other 5 supreme beings' expressions changed drastically, and they were almost scared to death. They retreated frantically. In the sky, the burly man from the Heavenly God sect, young Master Lin, and the others also looked gloomy, especially the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. His eyes revealed a fiery light. This lightning cauldron? It's beyond the category of spirit weapons. Could it be a holy weapon? The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect muttered to himself and roared in his heart, "Ha, I'm so lucky." I didn't expect a holy weapon to exist in a remote place like the Divine Ruins continent. I must get it. Lu Ming did not give chase. Instead, he went to Xian Yanqing's side and said, "Little Qing, let's leave this place quickly." This matter wasn't simple at all. 6 supreme martial artists had been dispatched to besiege him at once. The force behind this must be extremely powerful. Perhaps an emperor would come in person. Now, leaving was the best option. Xian Yanqing nodded and was about to leave with Lu Ming. Mu Yi, the Mu family's master, said coldly in the sky, "Attack and make them stay." Yes. Beside the master of the Mu family, a figure wrapped in a black robe bowed and acknowledged the order. Then he stepped down. Just as Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were about to return to where they came from, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. "The Emperor!" Lu Ming's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock. As expected, there was an emperor behind this matter. When the supreme martial artist was defeated, the emperor appeared. A black-robed figure appeared in the air. His face was obscured. He extended a withered claw and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Suddenly, a huge claw as large as a mountain reached out to grab them. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming feel suffocated even though he was far away. An emperor was too terrifying. Although supreme beings were known as half-step emperors, their combat strength was far inferior to a true emperor. The withered claws covered the sky and completely enveloped Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, making them unable to escape. "Little Qing, you enter the mountain and river diagram." Lu Ming roared. At the same time, he poured his quintessential essence into the lightning cauldron. The aura on the lightning cauldron grew stronger. Buzz! The lightning cauldron expanded to the size of the withered claw, and it crashed toward it. "No, I'm not going into the mountain and river diagram." Xian Yanqing shook her head stubbornly. Her glabella glowed, and a black bead appeared. A terrifying demonic chi rippled out. The demonic chi gathered and formed a demonic light beam, which shot towards the withered claw. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shaking rumbles resounded, and a terrifying force swept across tens of thousands of miles, alarming countless people. What's going on? What's happening? Someone's fighting. Who's fighting? It's so terrifying. It seems to be an emperor. There's a battle between emperors. A series of clamors rang out in the night sky, but no one dared to approach and watch. What a joke! In a battle between emperors, if one was too close and accidentally drawn into it, only death would await them. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook violently and was sent flying back to Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he was sent flying back thousands of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xian Yanqing was in a similar situation. The demonic light beam was destroyed and she was forced to retreat a few thousand meters. However, the black pearl between her brows released a layer of light to protect Xian Yanqing. Hence, Xian Yanqing was in a better state than Lu Ming. Her delicate body trembled, but she did not vomit blood. This made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief. Xian Yanqing's black bead was obtained in the Divine Ruins, and its mystery was beyond imagination. Although the two of them were pushed back, they had successfully blocked the withered claw. Amazing, amazing! This scene made the middle-aged man of the Heavenly God sect sigh. It was just 2 juniors, yet they were able to block an attack from an emperor. This was absolutely terrifying. This made the Mu family's master's face turn gloomy and ugly, feeling that he had lost face. "Might go all out. Don't show mercy. Just don't kill him." The master of the Mu family sent a message to Mu Yi. "Kill." Upon receiving the order, Mu Yi roared and his aura became even more violent. He stretched out his withered hands and grabbed 2 claws in succession. 2 huge claws formed and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The 2 claws were much more powerful than the previous one. Shockingly, the 2 claws merged into one in the middle of the attack. It turned into a claw that exuded a withered aura and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The power of this claw was even more shocking. Dandan! Bubble! Lu Ming had an idea and Dandan and Bubbles appeared on his shoulder. Lu Ming, I knew you would come to me. My life is hard. It flew out of Lu Ming's shoulder while cursing and swearing. Its body size began to grow rapidly, and its aura also increased rapidly. Mouth world. Dandan let out a loud roar and opened its mouth. A ball of chaotic light flew out from its mouth, and there seemed to be a world inside the light. A world flew toward the giant withered claw. At the same time, a huge transparent bubble appeared from within Bubbles' mouth and surrounded the withered claw. The moment the transparent bubble appeared, the withered claw was frozen in midair, unable to move. This is the space-time concept? Mu Yi exclaimed in disbelief, then he shouted, "Break!" The dried-up claw started to glow and the transparent bubble started to shake. Chirping. Bubbles cried out, its snow-white fur emitting a milky white light, as if it was using all its strength. At this moment, Dandan's attack had already arrived. It passed through the transparent bubble and landed on the withered claw. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's attacks also arrived. Boom! The withered claw fell apart under the continuous attacks. Mu Ye's body trembled, and he actually took a step back, causing the void to rumble. How is that possible? What are those two things? Young Master Lin and the head of the MU family exclaimed. The power that Dandan and Bubbles had unleashed was too terrifying. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect also widened his eyes and stared at Dandan and Bubbles. He muttered in disbelief, "This? It's extremely similar to two of the legendary top 10 battle beasts." His heart began to beat wildly. His eyes were burning with passion and disbelief. Didn't the legends say that the top 10 war beasts had all fallen? How could it reappear in the world? Could it be that it had the bloodline of one of the top 10 battle beasts, but not pure? Even so, it was still worth a fortune. Continue. Below, Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the lightning cauldron. The sky was filled with lightning as he charged towards Mu Yi. Now, Lu Ming was going to retaliate. So what if he was an emperor? Buzz! The pearl between Xian Yanqing's eyebrows shot out a ray of demonic light. The demonic light turned into a combat sword and cut through the air. At the same time, Dandan and Bubbles also made their moves. Space-time concept. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared beside Mu Yi without any warning and enveloped him. This transparent bubble contained the concepts of time and space. It was extremely mysterious. The two combined without any warning. There was no way to avoid it. By the time Mu Yi reacted, it was already too late. The space mentality was still okay, but the time mentality was really too mysterious. The bubble was still small and couldn't fully display the profoundness of time concept. It could only use a method like time stop to confine the enemy. If the enemy's cultivation was too strong, it could also be broken. It was said that when the time intent realm reached a profound level, it could reverse time. In an instant, it could make a peerless expert return to their childhood, back to the time when they had yet to cultivate, where they could be slaughtered at will. Or, it could accelerate time and make a peerless expert reach the end of his life in an instant. At that stage, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the power would be. Mu Yi was enveloped by the transparent bubble, and his figure was instantly fixed in place. Break, break. Mu Yi roared. His emperor cultivation erupted as his true essence boiled like a raging flame. The transparent bubble was shaking violently, as if it would burst at any moment. Chirping. Bubbles chirped and continuously clawed at the void with her two small claws. Suddenly, an astonishing scene appeared. The void in all directions shattered like glass, turning into pieces of crystal. Then, a few space blades condensed and slashed toward Mu Yi. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Dandan's attacks arrived. The moment Mu Yi broke the transparent bubble, four terrifying attacks landed on Mu Ye's body. At the critical moment, Mu Yi used his domain to cover his entire body. At the same time, he circulated his true yuan, forming a true yuan armor and wearing it. Boom! The first attack was Dandan's attack. Since Dandan had swallowed a 10,000 spirit crystal last time, she had been recovering rapidly, and her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The world of the mouth was an innate magical power. It was like a real world that enveloped Mu Yi. The power of the world constantly eroded Mu Ye's territory power and true essence power. Whoosh! The second attack was Xian Yanqing's demonic light. The demonic light was like a sword that could destroy everything. Combined with the power of the world, it shook Mu Ye's realm power and caused it to shake wildly. Gotcha! Finally, there was a cracking sound, like glass breaking. The next moment, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron arrived with a loud bang. Thousands of lightning bolts completely drowned Mu Yi. The endless power of lightning was like poisonous snakes, drilling toward Mu Yi. With a bang, Mu Ye's territory power was completely shattered. The attacks of the three continued to bombard Mu Ye's true energy armor. At this moment, Bubbles' spatial blade arrived and broke through Mu Ye's quintessential essence armor, blasting towards his physical body. Bang, 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 bang. Each of the four attacks caused Mu Ye's body to shake violently. He retreated continuously and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The emperor was injured. An emperor was actually injured by Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and his two little pets. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. They would think it was a joke. But now it had really happened. Is this the spirit body of an emperor? He's really powerful. Lu Ming frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with such a result. Not only did emperors comprehend the power of a realm, but their bodies had also become spiritual. A spirit body, be it in terms of attack, defense, or vitality, was terrifyingly high. It had completely transcended the mortal body and reached another realm. The four people's attacks broke through Mu Ye's domain and true origin power, directly attacking Mu Ye's body. However, they only managed to push Mu Yi back and cause him some light injuries. Lu Ming was somewhat dissatisfied, but Mu Yi was about to go crazy. He was an emperor, but not only was he unable to take down a few juniors, he was even forced to retreat and even injured by them. This was a great humiliation. If word of this got out, he would become a laughingstock among the emperors. Moreover, the master of the Mu family and the powerhouses of the Tianshan sect were watching from the sky. Kill! At this moment, his killing intent was incomparably cold. He decided that he would no longer care about the lives of Lu Ming and the others. He had to take them down. However, the next moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him, making him stop in the air. Then, another four attacks came crashing down on his face. Boom, 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 boom. A burst of explosions rang out, and Mu Ye's body trembled again. He was forced back and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was injured again, just like the last time. Although it was only a light injury, it made him go crazy. He roared madly in his heart, and his eyes were red. Aggrieved, he was really aggrieved. He was an emperor and was very powerful. However, he could not even retaliate against Lu Ming and the rest. The transparent bubble was silent and without any warning. When he was about to retaliate, it appeared suddenly. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Then he was enveloped by a transparent bubble. He simply wanted to raise his head and roar at the sky. How could he play like this? What a piece of trash. You even need me to personally take action. In the sky, the Mu family's master's expression was unsightly. He coldly snorted and took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. A huge foot suddenly appeared in the air and stomped down on Lu Ming and the rest. Not good. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. The power contained in this giant foot was too shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming felt that he could not resist it. Lu Ming had once felt this feeling from the black-robed middle-aged man in the South God Palace. It was the aura of a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert. There was a huge gap between each level of the Martial Emperor Realm. Mu Yi was only at the first level of the Martial Emperor Realm. The difference between him and the third level was too great. I'm finished. I'm finished. Lu Ming, Who exactly did you offend? Dandan wailed. Xian Yanqing's expression was also extremely ugly. They did not even have the power to fight back against a level 3 martial royal realm expert. Bubbles, space-time imprisonment was useless against such an expert. The difference was too great. Chirping. At this moment, the bubble cried out as its chubby body emitted a dazzling light. It waved its claws and a passageway suddenly appeared in the void. It was a tunnel filled with the concepts of time and space. It was a space-time tunnel. Chirping. Bubbles shouted and charged in first. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and rushed into the space-time tunnel. As soon as he entered the passage, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding environment was changing rapidly. In a flash, the world had changed. The surrounding environment was changing, and they were currently heading towards the divine ruins. Bang! The giant foot stomped down and the space-time tunnel collapsed. However, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Inside the divine ruins. What? The Mu family's master's face turned cold. He looked into the distance and muttered, "Divine ruins. Chase." At that moment, the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect spoke and stepped forward. The space in front of him split open and he brought young Master Lin into the space and disappeared. The master of the Mu family and Mu Yi also tore the space apart and chased in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. In a flash, the space above the divine ruins split open, and the figures of the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect, the master of the Mu family, and the others appeared. They escaped into the divine ruins. The master of the Mu family spoke with a grave expression. "Why aren't you chasing?" The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect spoke. "This place is the divine ruins, it's very dangerous. Even emperors who enter have the risk of dying." The Mu family's master said. "Even emperors are in danger? Hee, I think you're exaggerating. I've just carefully scanned this place with my spiritual sense. It's just a ruin without any living creatures, so how could it be dangerous?" The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect smiled faintly. He was confident enough that there was nothing in the divine ruins continent that could threaten him. But the Mu family's master and Mu Yi were a little hesitant. The legends of the divine ruins throughout history made them very fearful. A dignified emperor is actually afraid of this and that, afraid of his head and feet. How can he achieve great things? "Fine, if you don't go, I'll go myself." The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect said indifferently with a hint of disdain in his voice. Not to mention that he didn't believe that this place could bring him any danger. Even if there was a little danger, he would still try. Lu Ming's thunder cauldron was suspected to be a holy weapon, which made him drool. Furthermore, Dandan and Bubbles might very well have the bloodline of one of the top 10 combat beasts, which was even more tempting to him. If he could capture them and nurture them well, they would be of great help in the future. He was determined to get all of this. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect stepped out and headed into the divine ruins, followed by young Master Lin. The Mu family's master and Mu Yi looked at each other, their eyes uncertain. Finally, they gritted their teeth and followed the middle-aged heavenly deity in large strides, walking towards the divine ruins. It was not easy for them to curry favor with the other party. The other party had the Tianshan sect behind him. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, and they did not want to miss it. The few of them passed through the divine ruins, periphery very quickly and entered the inner region. He passed through the inner area and appeared outside the core area. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect did not hesitate at all. He stepped into the core area with the master of the Mu family and the others following behind him. There were some broken formations in the core area. Some of them were very powerful, but they were not much of a threat to a level 3 martial royal realm expert. Just these broken formations scared you so much that you don't dare to come in. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect laughed. The Mu family's master did not say anything and was still on guard. He had never entered the core of the divine ruins before. He only knew that it was very dangerous here. Even emperors would die if they entered. As for what kind of danger it was, he did not know. Soon, they passed through a large area and arrived in front of an intact palace. There's actually an intact palace here? The Mu family's master revealed a puzzled expression. Lu Ming and the others are in this palace. They can't escape. The middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect laughed casually. The Mu family's master and Mu Yi nodded. They sensed carefully and could only sense the auras of Lu Ming and the others in the hall. There were no auras of any other living creatures other than Lu Ming and the others. I'll go chase them out. Mu Yi took the initiative to ask. Previously, he was actually injured by Lu Ming and the rest. This made him feel embarrassed. At this moment, he was anxious to prove himself. With that, Mu Yi stepped forward. The pressure of an emperor emanated from his body. Do you think that hiding in a rundown hall is useful? I'm going to destroy this broken hall and have you all get the hell out. Mu Yi said coldly. His claw pressed down in the air, and a withered claw as large as a mountain formed. It grabbed at the palace, trying to tear it apart. Whoosh! At this moment, a jet-black spear radiance shot out of the palace and shattered the withered claw into pieces. Whoosh! Then, a second spear light appeared in the palace, and its target was Mu Yi. The speed of the spear ray was unimaginably fast. In a flash, it had arrived in front of Mu Yi. Before Mu Yi could even react, his body was pierced by the spear light. A hole appeared in his dantian. No matter what territory or spirit body it was, they were as fragile as tofu in front of this spear light. Mu Yi's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Slowly, the vitality in his eyes dissipated and completely disappeared. Mu Yi had fallen. How is that possible? Who is it? The Mu family's master and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect had a drastic change in their expressions as they roared in disbelief. They had clearly not sensed any signs of life in the palace, so why would there be an attack? Furthermore, it was so shocking. One move had killed an emperor. Lu Ming. The next moment, their eyes widened. They saw two figures holding hands as they walked out of the hall's entrance. It was Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. So it's you guys. Lu Ming looked at young Master Lin and the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect. His face was gloomy. I really didn't expect that the deity sect, a great sect in the Yuan continent, would be so despicable. They were not my opponent, but they attacked me in the dark. Hee hee, it's a good thing I didn't join such a sect. Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Kid, what did you say? Young Master Lin scolded and his face was really ugly. Lu Ming was obviously talking about him. How dare you? When did it become your turn to judge the actions of my Tianshan sect? The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect said in a deep voice. Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. He could not be bothered to look at the two people from the deity sect. His gaze fell on the master of the Mu family. I want to know who you are. Why did you send people to kill me? It was obvious that the 6 great supremes and the emperor had been sent by this person. You killed my son Mujua. Do you think I should kill you? The Mu family's master's gloomy voice rang out. He took off his black hat, revealing a gloomy face. The Mu family, it's the Mu family indeed. Lu Ming muttered. He had already guessed that it would be either the Mu family or the Wang family. Since you want to kill me, then come. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Mu family's master and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect changed their expressions. They looked at the palace with fear. The Spearlight just now had killed a level 1 martial royal realm martial artist with one move. Its combat strength was no weaker than that of a level 3 martial royal realm martial artist. Who cares who he is? Since he doesn't dare to show himself, he can't be that strong either. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. We'll leave quickly. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect said. All right. The master of the Mu family nodded. The Mu family had lost an emperor because of this. This was a huge loss. It was impossible for him to stop now. He had to kill Lu Ming. Chapter 1272 Killing the Emperor. Almost at the same time, the two people made their move. Two auras bloomed in the divine ruins, core, terrifying to the extreme. The master of the Mu family was a genuine level 3 martial royal realm expert. He was stronger than Ciel Wan, who had not recovered, or D. He formed a big hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. As for the burly man from the Heaven God sect, his aura was even more unfathomable and completely unpredictable. He could only feel that he was much stronger than the master of the Mu family. With a wave of his hand, a giant bird formed. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Although Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's gazes froze, their expressions remained calm as they stood still at the hall's entrance. Those who trespass the time and space spiritual palace will be killed without mercy. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice came from within the palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two rays of spear light shot out from the palace. The black spear light, with a terrifying radiance, collided with the attacks of the Mu family master and the middle-aged man from the Divine God sect. With two loud bangs, their attacks were penetrated by the spear radiance. However, the two spear radiance also disappeared. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the world. Bang! 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 Then, a huge creature slowly walked out of the palace. The ground shook with every step it took. When the Mu family's master, young Master Lin, and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect saw the huge object that walked out of the palace, their pupils suddenly shrank and they revealed a shocked expression. The huge being that walked out of the palace was naturally the headless true dragon rider. Previously, Bubbles had brought Lu Ming and the rest to open a space-time tunnel and directly rushed into the core of the divine ruins, arriving here. Since Lu Ming had the token of origin, the headless true dragon knight treated him as one of its own. However, the Mu family's master and the rest did not have the token of origin. Since they attacked the palace, they were naturally attacked by the headless true dragon knight. The headless true dragon rider was formed after the death of a super expert and was not a living being. Therefore, the master of the Mu family and the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect could not sense it. Kill without mercy. The headless true dragon rider's voice came out of nowhere, and then a shocking dragon roar resounded. The headless true dragon extended a dragon claw and clawed at the Mu family's master. As the dragon claw struck out, it rapidly grew in size until it covered the sky and the sun, shrouding a part of the world. Under the dragon claw, the space crumbled into a mess. Aeon blue sky. The master of the Mu family felt a fatal threat. He raised his head and let out a long roar. He punched out, and a towering ancient tree, like the legendary divine tree of the world, collided with the dragon claw. This move was the Mu family's master's strongest move. It combined the power of his territory and his spirit body. It was extremely powerful. An ordinary second-level martial royal realm martial artist would be severely injured or even killed by this move. However, in the next moment, the pupils of the Mu family's master rapidly contracted. That was because when the dragon claw descended, the towering ancient tree he had struck out could not even withstand a single breath before it disintegrated and dissipated into energy. The dragon claw did not stop and continued to claw at the Mu family's master. This claw had sealed off the void, and the Mu family's master couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Save me! The Mu family's master was scared. He let out a loud roar, and his spiritual body glowed. The power of his domain spread out, and his fists struck out wildly. However, under the dragon's claws, everything was useless and in vain. The Mu family head's attack and defense were like tofu under the dragon's claws, unable to withstand a single blow. On the side, the burly man from the Heavenly God sect wanted to save him. He launched an attack on the dragon claw, but he could not move the dragon claw at all. No! The Mu family's head howled in despair. In the next moment, the dragon claw covered his body and began to shrink, grabbing the Mu family's head in its claws. "No, spare my life, spare my life." The Mu family's master roared in fear. "Kill!" The headless true dragon rider's voice was completely emotionless. As it spoke, it clenched its dragon claw, and with a bang, the Mu family's master's body directly exploded, his body and spirit destroyed. Ooh! The knight on the true dragon's neck actually emitted a powerful suction force, completely absorbing the blood essence and energy of the Mu family's master. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If he were to refine the blood essence of an emperor, he would definitely be able to advance the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to divine level 9. At the same time, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The headless true dragon knight was too powerful. That headless true dragon was definitely a pure-blooded true dragon. He did not know what realm it had reached when it was alive. It was definitely an invincible existence. Even after death, it could still maintain such powerful combat strength. One could imagine how powerful it was when it was alive. Damn it, let's go. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect was extremely frightened. The headless true dragon rider's power had far exceeded his expectations. Although his cultivation base was much stronger than the master of the Mu family, he was still scared when he faced the headless true dragon rider. He felt that a great disaster was imminent. After the Mu family head was killed, he didn't hesitate to tear open space and escape with young Master Lin. "Kill!" The headless true dragon rider shouted coldly and clawed out again. A black dragon claw covered the sky and clawed at the middle-aged man and young Master Lin. The terrifying power not only made the middle-aged man's face change but also almost scared young Master Lin to death. Run, run!" Young Master Lin shouted like he had gone crazy. As the dragon claw descended, it sealed off the space in all directions. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect was unable to break open the space, just like the Mu family's master. The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. Buzz! At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect threw young Master Lin towards the dragon's claw. He took out a jade card and his face was filled with pain. The vital essence in his body poured into the jade card. No, don't. You'll die a terrible death." Young Master Lin was thrown out and he peed his pants. He was so terrified that he started to scream. He struggled with all his might, but with his cultivation he was as small as an ant under the dragon's claws. "No help. Lu Ming, I beg you to let me go." Young Master Lin shouted incoherently. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. All of this was because he had fallen for Xian Yanqing and had a conflict with Lu Ming. Later on, he was defeated by Lu Ming in public and harbored even more hatred in his heart. He bribed the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect with great benefits and incited him to deal with Lu Ming. If it wasn't for all of this, he wouldn't have ended up in his current state. He screamed, but in the end, the dragon claw pressed down and young Master Lin's body exploded. Under the terrifying energy, he turned into dust. The dragon claw continued to claw at the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect. At this moment, the jade card in the hand of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect emitted a brilliant light. Then, a light-shaped combat sword emerged and brought the burly man from the Heavenly God sect to break open the space and escape at an extreme speed. Bang! As the dragon claw came down, one of its sharp fingers swept across the burly man of the Heavenly God sect. The burly man's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. His body almost cracked and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, he couldn't care less about his injuries and ran for his life. Peak 9th level Spiritual God Realm. The burly man from the Heaven God sect was hit by the headless true dragon rider's finger force. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was severely injured. The burly man from the Tianshan sect was terrified. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't stop them at all. At this moment he was extremely frightened. He used his secret treasure jade talisman to break the void and fled for his life, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Although the headless true dragon rider didn't have a head, it seemed to be able to see everything. The dragon spear in his hand stabbed into the void, and a brilliant spear radiance pierced through the space and disappeared into the vast void. Ah! From an unknown distance, a miserable cry came. It was the voice of the burly man from the heavenly god sect. Then, the voice fell silent and disappeared completely. Again, kill without mercy. The headless true dragon knight said coldly and emotionlessly. Then, it turned around and left, disappearing from the palace. Outside the divine ruins, the void suddenly split open, and the burly man from the heavenly god sect stepped out. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. He was covered in blood and his face was pale. Blood was still flowing out of his mouth. A bloody hole had appeared in his abdomen, and a terrifying power was eroding his body. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't heal it immediately. He's too strong. The burly man from the heavenly god sect muttered as he looked into the depths of the divine ruins, his eyes revealing a look of fear. His cultivation was far above level 3 martial royal realm, but he still couldn't resist the headless true dragon knight. If he didn't have a life-saving secret treasure on him and wanted to escape, he would have been trapped in the divine ruins forever. Even so, he was still seriously injured and would take a few months to recover. A mere divine ruins continent actually has such a vicious place. Damn it. Also, it's all that little bastard Lu Ming's fault. If it weren't for him, how could I have suffered such heavy injuries? I'm going to send an order to the South Deity Palace and ask them to send people to keep an eye on the divine ruins. Once that little bastard Lu Ming appears, kill him without mercy. The burly man from the heavenly god sect had a ruthless glint in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he turned around and left the place. The core of the divine ruins. Lu Ming looked in the direction where the burly man from the heavenly god sect had left and frowned. That guy is too powerful. He's not dead yet, so I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. The divine ruins isn't a place for us to stay for long. We'll leave from the other direction immediately. All right. Xian Yanqing nodded without hesitation. Since the burly man from the heavenly god sect was not dead, he would most likely think of a way to surround them outside the divine ruins. They had to leave the divine ruins before the other party could surround them. Immediately, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing passed through the palace and went out from the other direction of the divine ruins, in the opposite direction of the South God Palace. The inside of the divine ruins did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the core of the divine ruins and rushed out of the divine ruins from another direction. As soon as they rushed out of the divine ruins, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not stop at all. They flew towards the south at top speed. It flew for tens of millions of miles before it stopped. It was obviously not feasible to return to the South Deity Palace by taking the cross-sea spaceship. Once he returned, he might be assassinated by the burly man from the Tianshan sect. It was too dangerous. Lu Ming planned to cross the sea and return to the divine wilderness continent. With Lu Ming's cultivation before he came to the divine ruins, it would be too difficult to cross the vast ocean and return to the divine wilderness continent. He would have to spend a long time. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength could even suppress supremes. It was enough for him to return to the divine wilderness continent with his own strength. Little Qing, you should stay in the mountain and river diagram for the time being. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Be careful. Xian Yanqing said. Xian Yanqing also knew that Lu Ming could only travel at full speed if she stayed in the mountain and river diagram. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Then, a beam of white light shot out from between his eyebrows and enveloped Xian Yanqing. The next moment, Xian Yanqing's figure disappeared and he was kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's figure swayed. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming had flown for hundreds of millions of miles and found a hidden place. He entered the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged under the path-understanding ancient tree, cultivating with all his heart. Lu Ming went to another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, piles of raw gemstones appeared in front of Lu Ming. Yes, Lu Ming was going to break through. Out of Lu Ming's 5 types of intents, 4 of them were at the perfected 4th level. Only the earth intent was at the peak of the 4th level greater mastery. With his current intent cultivation, he could completely raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming planned to spend some time devouring the refined origin stone and raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. This way, he would be able to travel much faster. Roar! The 9 dragons appeared and opened their mouths to swallow a large pile of raw stones. There were a few million of them. He swallowed a few million raw gemstones in one gulp and began to refine them quickly. A large number of raw gemstones were constantly refined and converted into essential core. Lu Ming had almost no bottlenecks and his cultivation level was improving rapidly. After refining a few million raw gemstones, he would swallow another few million. Lu Ming's cultivation started to skyrocket. 8th level spiritual god early stage, 8th level spiritual god middle stage, 8th level spiritual god late stage. 7 days later, Lu Ming relied on a huge number of raw gemstones and broke through the barrier in one fell swoop, reaching the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. After reaching the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to devour refined raw gemstones and continued to improve. Early 9th level spiritual god realm, middle 9th level spiritual god realm, late 9th level spiritual god realm. Another 7 days passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm. In just half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had rushed from the early 8th level spiritual god realm to the peak 9th level spiritual god realm. The span of the leap was so great that it was shocking to hear. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's intent realm had long met the requirements. Otherwise, the intent realm would become a bottleneck and hinder Lu Ming's breakthrough. As long as Lu Ming's intent realm had a breakthrough, he would not have any bottlenecks. However, the number of raw gemstones he spent was also terrifying. In just half a month, Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 50 million raw gemstones. What kind of shocking number was this? Ooh! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the essential core in his body was about to overflow. It was unimaginably rich. He exhaled, forming a storm that swept across the distance. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He rushed out of the mountain and river diagram and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Boom! Vital essence boiled on Lu Ming's body, forming a pillar of air that shot into the sky, creating a huge hole. So strong! Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He felt that there was an endless amount of energy in his body. The vital essence of a peak 9th level spiritual god was too powerful. It was much stronger than the vital essence of an early 8th level spiritual god. Now, Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to crush and even kill an ordinary supreme being without the help of the lightning cauldron. Of course, it was a different story for those supremes who had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. Let's go. We will return to the divine wilderness continent now. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and stretched out his hands. He grabbed at the void and tore it apart. The space was like a piece of paper as Lu Ming tore it apart, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. Chapter 1274 Pure Spirit. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, he could tear open space and travel like a supreme being. Lu Ming tore open the space and stepped into it, disappearing. Ooh! The spatial cracks were filled with chaotic spatial storms. They were like countless terrifying sharp blades that kept slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and covered his body to resist the spatial storms. Buzz! 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 The spatial storm slashed at Lu Ming's protective Jinyuan with a clanging sound. However, Lu Ming's Jinyuan contained the 5-colored will and the spatial storm could not break through his protective Jinyuan. If an ancient martial art practitioner below the spiritual god realm were to enter this place, they would be crushed into pieces by the spatial storm in just a few moments. Even an ancient martial art practitioner above the spiritual god realm would not be able to hold on for long. Only a supreme martial artist would be able to walk smoothly in the spatial storm. Lu Ming stepped out and walked through the space storm, moving forward quickly. They were in an alternate dimension, and their speed was extremely fast. With a single step, who knew how much distance they had traveled in the outside world? A moment later, the space trembled and Lu Ming reappeared in the outside world. He was in the air above a lake. In just a short while, Lu Ming had crossed at least 100 million kilometers. However, the Divine Ruins continent was really too vast, and its range was too wide. 100 million miles was nothing at all. Lu Ming continued to tear open the space and travel. Half a day had passed. He had no idea how far he had covered. When he appeared in the outside world again, he could smell the sea breeze. It seems like we've reached the seaside. Let's rest and recover before we set off. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and found a place. He took out the rough stone and devoured it to recover. A few hours later, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He then flew forward. There was a large city in front of them. From afar, it looked very majestic. Lu Ming planned to buy a sea map of the Divine Ruins, continents in the big city. After all, the continents in the Divine Ruins were very far away from each other. The area of the ocean was much larger than the land. Furthermore, the weather in the ocean was ever-changing and unpredictable. It was very easy to get lost. He needed to identify the sea map to find the Divine Wilderness continent. The population of this city is really large. Moreover, the number of experts is shockingly high. After flying into the city, Lu Ming realized that the city was bustling with people. On the streets, experts could be seen passing by from time to time. Some of them had extremely deep auras, and their powerful auras were released without restraint. There was another person who looked like an ordinary person without any aura. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could still sense it. Supreme Martial Artist. A few of them were actually supreme martial artists. On the street, Lu Ming actually ran into a few supreme martial artists, which made him extremely shocked. Even in the Divine Ruins continent, supremes were high and mighty experts, and they were rarely seen. Now, they had actually encountered a few supremes while walking around the streets, which was somewhat unbelievable. Something was wrong. Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. It was impossible for a supreme being to appear so casually. Something must have happened here. Not long after, Lu Ming entered a restaurant. In a restaurant, one could often get a lot of information. Indeed, Lu Ming heard an important piece of news not long after. Some time ago, a piece of shocking news spread near the southern coast of the Divine Ruins continent. It was said that on the south coast, a heaven-defying secret technique, pure spirit body, would be born. If a warrior wanted to break through to the martial royal realm, he had to form a spirit body. Every warrior had a different bloodline. The spirit body formed would be different, and its power would be different. A spirit body had already transcended the mortal body. There was a world of difference between a spirit body and a mortal body. There was no way to compare. Not only did a spirit body contain terrifying power, but it could also greatly increase one's combat power. Moreover, the strength, defense, and recovery of a spirit body had reached an unbelievable level. It was not something that a normal body could compare with. Even if an emperor's limbs were cut off, they could grow back quickly. It was said that even if a small piece of flesh was left of an existence at the peak of the emperor realm, they could recover it. They were simply immortal. However, it was too difficult to form a spirit body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many supreme beings had comprehended the embryonic form of their domains. They no longer had any problems with their domains. However, the reason why they were stuck and could not break through for the rest of their lives was because they could not form a spirit body. If he could not form a spirit body, he would not be a martial emperor and would never be able to break through to the martial royal realm. Furthermore, when condensing a spirit body, one would also face heavenly tribulations, and the difficulty would only increase with each tribulation. It was said that this secret technique, pure spirit body, was not a true spirit body. This was because the spirit body was transformed from the bloodline and had some attributes and functions of the bloodline. However, the pure spirit body only had the strength of the body and no attributes. It only allowed the martial artist's body to have part of the power of the spirit body. For example, strength, defense, recovery, and so on. Furthermore, a pure spirit body did not have any attributes. It would not hinder the cultivation of a true spirit body in the future. Successfully cultivating a pure spirit body was equivalent to having a solid foundation. In the future, the difficulty of cultivating a true spirit body would be greatly reduced. This kind of secret skill was too amazing. For martial artists below the Emperor realm, the temptation was beyond imagination. Therefore, when this news was spread, it caused a huge commotion, and countless experts rushed to the southern coast of the continent of the Divine Ruins. Even many supreme martial artists were tempted and rushed over. This was also the reason why Lu Ming could see so many experts in this city. A secret skill like pure spirit body was too shocking. As long as he could successfully cultivate it, the difficulty of breaking through to the Emperor realm would be greatly reduced. The success rate would also be greatly increased. Even Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow after hearing it. There is actually such a mysterious secret technique in this world. If I succeed in cultivating it, I will have another powerful method to deal with DE when I return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Once he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent, he would definitely have to face DE. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had greatly improved, it was still difficult for him to fight against an emperor, not to mention a strong person like DE. He had to continue to improve his combat strength so that he would be more confident. As for the pure spirit body, it was undoubtedly a powerful secret skill that could close the distance between him and an emperor. If Lu Ming successfully cultivated it, he would not be too far away from an emperor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't care. I'm not in a hurry to go back, so I'll just stay here and observe. After making up his mind, Lu Ming found an inn nearby to stay and gather information. The next day, a piece of news was spread. There might be news about the pure spirit body in the Red Devil Mountains thousands of miles away. As soon as the news spread, countless people rushed to the Red Fiend Mountain. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed to the Red Fiend Mountain. The Red Devil Mountain was thousands of miles wide and boundless. It was filled with a red demonic chi, so it was called the Red Devil Mountain. The huge crowd rushed into Red Fiend Mountain like sand scattered in the sea, not causing a single wave. Lu Ming began to follow the crowd and made a big circle around the Red Devil Mountain. But after half a day, Lu Ming stopped. Chapter 1275 Map. Wandering around aimlessly like this wasn't a solution at all. There was no way to find the pure spirit body. I'd better wait outside for news. It's a waste of time to wander around like this. At the thought of this, Lu Ming did not stay any longer and flew out of the Red Fiend Mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When he passed by a large canyon, a few figures rushed out from the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Each of them had a violent aura and demonic chi all over their bodies. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Ha, another fat sheep. This is already the third one. One of the burly men laughed. Those people really think that there's news about pure spirit bodies here, so they ran here with all their might. It's a good thing for us brothers. If we kill a few more, we can live a few more years of leisure. A skinny old man also sneered. No need to talk nonsense with him. Kid, it's your bad luck to meet us. One of the burly men looked at Lu Ming coldly and walked toward him step by step. It seems that you're not only going to rob, but also kill. Lu Ming said. His voice was calm, without a trace of panic. He had already seen through their cultivation. The strongest among them, the burly man, was only at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. That's right. We won't kill you. If you spread the news, not only will we not be able to continue, but we will also be surrounded. So you must die. The burly man grinned hideously. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand. It exuded a cold killing intent as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, the next moment, the burly man was stunned, and so were the others. This was because Lu Ming had only stretched out a palm and gently squeezed the saber. No matter how the burly man tried to unleash his power, he could not pull out the saber. The saber was firmly held by Lu Ming as if it was a rock. How is that possible? The burly man roared with disbelief. Boom! The essential core in Lu Ming's body exploded. A terrifying force blasted out from his fingers and into the opponent's saber. Buzz! The saber trembled violently, and the violent power poured into the burly man's body through the saber. The burly man's body trembled violently, and he could no longer hold the saber. His body retreated madly, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted. A terrifying killing intent burst out like a tide. As he took a step forward, his palm was like a knife, slashing at the burly man. The terrifying power made the burly man's heart tremble. Block it! The burly man roared madly and used his blood meridian fusion to unleash his full strength, hoping to block Lu Ming's move. Bang! The moment they exchanged blows, the burly man's bloodline and his body were torn into pieces. Even his spiritual god could not escape and was killed by Lu Ming in one move. In front of Lu Ming, ordinary martial artists in the great circle of the spiritual god stage were as weak as babies and could not withstand a single blow. How did this happen? Quickly run! The remaining people's eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. Then, they screamed in horror and fled in all directions. It's too late to escape now. Lu Ming sneered and his figure flashed at high speed. Not long after, a series of screams rang out in the forest. The remaining people were all killed by Lu Ming, and all their storage rings fell into his hands. Lu Ming moved and left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming left the Red Devil Mountain and sat cross-legged on a not-so-high mountain peak, waiting for news. Those guys have been killing people for goods. I wonder if they have any good things? Since he had nothing to do, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of the few people he killed and casually counted them. These guys were indeed very rich. The raw stones added up to almost 50 million, and there were all kinds of spirit weapons and spirit herbs. It was obvious that these few guys had robbed quite a number of people during this period of time and were extremely rich. What? All of a sudden, a metal box caught Lu Ming's attention. He opened the metal box and saw a rolled-up drawing inside. He did not know what the drawing was made of. It felt light and the texture was very soft. Lu Ming opened it and his eyes narrowed. It seemed to be a map. However, the drawing was very complicated. The lines crisscrossed. For a moment, Lu Ming's eyes were a little blurry. A map? Could it be related to the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled and shook his head. It could not be such a coincidence that he would get the map of the pure spirit body after killing a gang of bandits. Let's take some time to study it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and kept the map. He then meditated and adjusted his breathing, waiting quietly. 3 days passed, and many people came out of Red Devil Mountain. In the past few days, many experts had almost turned Red Devil Mountain upside down, but there was no news about the pure spirit body. I'm cursing. I've probably been played. If this old man finds out who played me, I'll cut him into 8 pieces. Damn it, there's nothing here. What a waste of time. Some experts cursed and left the Red Devil Mountain. Lu Ming also left the Red Fiend Mountain and returned to the city. When everyone returned to the city, they heard an important piece of news. It was said that someone had obtained a map to find a pure spirit body. Through the map, one could find the location of a pure spirit body. There were already many experts chasing after the person who had the map. And the direction was all the way south, towards the ocean. As soon as the news came out, it caused a commotion. Many experts hurriedly left the city and flew towards the south. A map! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could not help but think of the map that he had obtained from the gang of bandits. There can't be two maps, right? Lu Ming shook his head. He left the city and headed south. Everyone was as fast as lightning. After a long journey, they finally stopped in a swamp. There were many people surrounding the swamp. The one who obtained the map was a supreme martial artist. Someone spread the news, causing most people's faces to change. If a supreme martial artist obtained the map, who could snatch it from him? Any martial artist below the supreme being level would be courting death if they went there. It was no wonder that so many people were surrounding the perimeter of the swamp, not daring to enter. I know which supreme being it is. It should be the 100 Poisons Supreme. He obtained the map and escaped into the boundless swamp. There are already supreme beings who have entered. I heard that the son of the sea-guarding commander-in-chief of the South Deity Palace led many supreme martial artists and charged in. It's definitely going to be a huge battle. Many people were discussing. This news made most of the martial artists stop in their tracks, not daring to enter. It was obvious that the boundless swamp would become the battlefield of the supreme martial artists. If others entered, they would have no hope of obtaining the map. They might even lose their lives. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure rushed into the swamp and disappeared. Who is that? You actually dare to enter? Nonsense, that's a supreme martial artist. Heavens, another supreme being has appeared. Chapter 1276 Many Supreme Martial Artists. The appearance of a supreme martial artist from time to time shocked everyone, but at the same time, it also made them excited. This time, it was unknown how many supreme martial artists would be attracted. Look who's that? You actually dare to enter? Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a young man walking in the air, heading toward the swamp. This young man was Lu Ming. It's true. This kid really doesn't want to live. He actually dares to rush in. Such great courage. In my opinion, it's not that he's gutsy, but that he's overestimating his own abilities. He's blinded by greed. When paragons fight, it's incredibly dangerous. If he gets caught in the middle of it, he'll definitely die. This kid should have died long ago. That's right, he's too overconfident. How old does he look? How strong can his cultivation be? Lu Ming walked towards the swamp, causing a commotion. Lu Ming could hear all these discussions clearly, but he could not be bothered with them. He flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But then again, it's rare to see so many supreme martial artists fighting. It'd be a pity to miss it. You're right. Do you want to go in and watch? That's too dangerous. We'll hide in the distance and watch. If the situation doesn't look right, we'll retreat immediately. There shouldn't be a problem. Someone said, showing an expression of interest. It was rare to see a battle between sovereigns, especially between many sovereigns. For some 9th-level spiritual god realm martial artists, especially those in the great circle of the spiritual god realm, it would have a great boosting effect. Seeing how a supreme being used the embryonic form of a domain might inspire some great circle spiritual god martial artists, allowing them to comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and step into the supreme being realm. Many people were moved by his words. Let's go. We'll watch from a distance. There shouldn't be any problems. That kid just now probably had the same idea. Someone said, then flew into the swamp. After the first one, the second one followed. Then, many people flew into the swamp. Some of the 8th, 9th, and perfected spiritual god realm experts rushed into the swamp. Of course, no matter how low one's cultivation was, they really didn't dare to enter. If the difference was too great, if a battle broke out, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He was surrounded by endless swamps. However, along the way, he could see traces of a big battle from time to time. Lu Ming followed these traces and continued his pursuit. An hour later, a few figures appeared in the air. There were 3 of them, an old man and a middle-aged man. All of them had strong auras and were supreme being experts. However, these three people were standing around a young man, protecting him in the middle. It was obvious that this young man was their leader. Only at the third level of the spiritual god realm. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Lu Ming discovered that the youth was only at the third level of the spiritual god realm. It could be said that his cultivation was very low and Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. However, the other party's identity was obviously not ordinary. He had a few supreme beings protecting him. The other party also saw Lu Ming. The young man cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. You overestimate yourself. You actually dared to chase me here. You're really looking for death. The young man snorted, a disdainful sneer on his face. Buzz! At this moment, a figure flew over from the distance. It was a white-haired elder, who was also a supreme being expert. The white-haired old man came to the young man's side and bowed. Young master, we found out that the 100 Poisons master is hiding in the dark swamp in front of us. He's using the poisonous gas in the dark swamp to set up a poisonous gas array. Does the 100 Poisons paragon think that he can stop us with mere poisonous gas? How naive! Let's go, let's attack together and break the poison array, then kill the 100 Poisons master. Let's go! The young man ordered as he led the supreme martial artists forward. They did not even look at Lu Ming and completely ignored him. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just a curious person who came to watch the show. He was not a threat to them and could be completely ignored. Not long after, a dull roar came from the front. It was obvious that someone had made a move. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He took a step forward and flew toward the source of the sound. At this moment, a large group of people appeared behind Lu Ming. They were all experts at the 8th, 9th, and even the great circle of the spiritual god realm. They had also come here. There are fluctuations of a great battle ahead. It must be a supreme martial artist. Let's advance carefully and hide in the distance to watch the battle. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded and headed towards the source of the voice. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at his destination. In front of them was a pitch-black swamp. On the swamp, there was a thick black poisonous gas floating. It looked extremely terrifying. In the black poisonous gas, there were runes shining. Poisonous gas of various colors spread out and combined with the black poisonous gas to exert even more power. The young man was standing in the void with two supreme martial artists guarding him. In front of him were 3 paragons, who were constantly bombarding the black mist. The terrifying power caused the black mist to roil continuously, but it couldn't be broken through at the moment. The poison array of the Master of 100 Poisons is quite powerful. The two of you, attack together and break the array. The young man instructed the 2 supreme martial artists beside him. Young master, we can't do that. It's too dangerous here. If we leave and something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to the marshal. One of the supreme martial artists shook his head. The Divine Ruins continent was too vast. The Southern Deity Palace ruled over a large area of the southern region of the Divine Ruins continent, but it was also difficult to completely control it. Therefore, the Southern Deity Palace would mobilize a few commanders and lead the army to guard all sides. This young man's father was the commander of the South God Palace's coastal area. He held a high position and power, and his cultivation base was unfathomable. This time, for the sake of the pure spirit bodies, he had brought a total of 5 supreme martial artists. It could be said to be a big deal. In this coastal area, who would dare to touch this young master? You don't have to worry. Go and help break the poison array of the 100 Poisons master. The young man instructed. His tone was filled with confidence. But the 2 supreme martial artists were still hesitant. Buzz. Buzz. Right at this moment, there was a ripple in space, and 2 figures appeared not far away. The auras of the 2 figures were extremely dense. They were clearly supremes. I'm the son of the sea-suppressing marshal, Hai Tian. The master of 100 Poisons is hiding in this poison formation. If you help me break the formation, I'll reward you handsomely." The young man was delighted. The son of the sea suppressing martial? The two supreme martial artists' expressions changed slightly. They revealed a trace of fear, but it was only a trace. "We can attack together," one of them said. "If there's really a map for pure spirit bodies later, we'll fight for it with our own abilities." "You're negotiating with me?" Hai Tian's face turned cold. Of course. "Although you are the son of the sea-suppressing marshal, we are also from the South God Palace. The sea-suppressing marshal can't suppress us." One of the supreme martial artists sneered. They were all supreme martial artists with extraordinary backgrounds. Although they were slightly afraid of Hai Tian, they were not afraid. Hai Tian's expression turned ugly. Chapter 1277 Chaotic Battle Between Supreme Martial Artists. In this coastal area, his father was the overlord, and not many people dared to not give him face. But this time, the pure spirit body had attracted many experts. Some of them were from the other big families and forces of the South God Palace. They were not afraid of the sea-suppressing marshal. Hai Tian rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment. He said, "All right, you can all attack together. After breaking the poison gas formation, the pure spirit bodies can fight for the map with their own abilities." He had brought 5 supreme martial artists with him and was confident in his ability to suppress the crowd. Count me in. Add me." At this moment, a few more voices could be heard as a few figures appeared. Each of them had a terrifying aura, and they were all supreme martial artists. Lu Ming was standing not far away. 1,000 miles behind him, the martial artists of the perfected spiritual god realm, 9th level spiritual god realm, and 8th level spiritual god realm were watching from afar. So many supreme martial artists. I really don't know how many supreme martial artists have been attracted this time. There are more than 10 people in front. There are definitely more. With so many supreme martial artists, the 100 Poisons Supreme won't be able to keep his map. Some of them were discussing among them Slaviers as they stared ahead in excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme martial artists who came later all exploded one by one. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky, stirring up huge holes in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. A bright light flashed, and all kinds of terrifying attacks burst out, blasting towards the poison gas formation. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shattered like tofu under the attack of the supreme martial artist. All kinds of attacks, accompanied by spatial storms, fell on the poison gas array. With so many supreme martial artists taking action, they were going to use powerful means to break the poison gas formation. The poisonous gas of the poisonous gas formation was also extremely terrifying. When it came into contact with those attacks, it gave off a sizzling sound, as if it was corroding those attacks. However, although the poison gas formation was powerful, there were a total of 8 supreme martial artists attacking. The power of the 8 supreme martial artists' attack was too astonishing. It could destroy the heavens and earth. Although the poison formation was strong, it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Boo! The poisonous gas rolled and was annihilated by the terrifying attack, turning into nothing. The multicolored poisonous gas in front of him slowly faded and was slowly annihilated. Then, some of the inscriptions crumbled one by one under the terrifying power. The inscriptions collapsed and the formation collapsed even faster. The poisonous gas dissipated even faster. The poison gas formation was about to be broken. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure wrapped in black poisonous gas broke through the air and flew into the distance. 100 Poisons Paragon. It's 100 Poisons Paragon. Stop him. Hai Tian shouted. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. With a flash, the 8 supreme martial artists executed extremely fast movement techniques and chased after the 100 Poisons Supreme. All kinds of attacks were launched at the 100 Poisons Supreme. 100 Poisons Supreme was helpless and could only try his best to dodge. As a result, his speed was greatly reduced, and he was surrounded by the 8 supreme martial artists. Baidu, hand over the map of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death. Hai Tian shouted as he rushed over with the two supreme martial artists beside him. Ha, what a joke. Why should I give it to you? I paid a huge price to get the map for the pure spirit body. Why should I give it to you? 100 Poison's master laughed crazily. Humph, if you don't give it to me today, you'll die. Hai Tian sneered. Humph, you're just a piece of trash. If you didn't have a powerful father, I could kill you with a single breath. 100 Poison's master looked at Hai Tian with disdain. You're looking for death. Attack and kill this person. Hai Tian's face was flushed red as he roared. Hai Tian's talent was very ordinary. He had only awakened an 8th-rank divine bloodline, which was far inferior to the top geniuses. He was not even qualified to participate in the disciple selection of the Heavenly God sect. This was a sore point in his heart. He was proud and arrogant, and he hated it the most when people said that his talent was inferior to others. If they said anything about him, they would die. 100 Poison's master dared to call him trash, which was a big taboo for him. The 3 supreme martial artists who took orders from Hai Tian immediately attacked 100 Poison's supreme. 3 terrifying attacks enveloped 100 Poison's supreme. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on 100 Poison's supreme's face as he cut off one of his arms. As soon as the arm fell, it turned into a 7-colored poisonous gas and spread on the spot. Not good. The faces of those supreme martial artists turned green as soon as they were hit by the poisonous gas. The other supreme martial artists also retreated. 100 Poison's master wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the siege. Attack! Don't let him escape! Hai Tian roared. The supreme martial artists who were under Hai Tian's command did not care about the poisonous gas and attacked with all their might to stop 100 Poison's supreme. The other supreme martial artists also reacted and attacked. Boom! 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 A violent boom rang out between heaven and earth. The supreme beings were exchanging blows with astonishing power. However, the 100 Poison's paragon was only one person after all, and there was no way he could escape. After a few moves, he was severely injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The map of the pure spirit bodies. Here you go. In the end, 100 Poison's supreme had no choice but to take off the storage ring on his finger and throw it to one of the supreme martial artists. This supreme martial artist was not Hai Tian's subordinate. When he saw the storage ring, he was overjoyed. He grabbed it in his hand and retreated. Hand it over. You're looking for death. The other paragons roared as they cast aside Paragon 100 Poisons and charged toward the paragon. The 100 Poisons paragon retreated far away, his body seething with poisonous gas as he tried his best to recuperate. However, he didn't leave just like that. It was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over the map and was waiting for an opportunity. You dare to snatch from me? I'll kill whoever snatches from me. Kill them. Hai Tian roared. The 8 supreme beings were engaged in a chaotic battle. The battle was extremely intense, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The 100 Poisons paragon's storage ring could be taken by one person or another, and no one could keep it for themselves. Whoever got it would be surrounded. I'd like to see what this map looks like. Lu Ming muttered as he stepped forward, heading towards the battlefield of the supreme martial artists. That kid, what does he want to do? He actually walked forward. He's really looking for death. Does he also want to fight for the map? What a joke. He's overestimating himself. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were stunned at first, but then they sneered. Hai Tian was also slightly stunned. Then he revealed a ferocious expression and said, "Brat, you're looking for death. Kill him." At the edge of the sea and sky, a supreme being nodded and waved his palm. A saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Hai Tian. He suddenly sped up to avoid the saber light and rushed toward the supreme martial artist battlefield. Die! On the battlefield, a supreme martial artist who took orders from Hai Tian threw a punch at Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw a punch at his opponent. Haha, this brat actually dares to exchange blows with a supreme martial artist. Someone sneered, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. At the scene, the others were also stunned and tongue-tied. Lu Ming takes action. Boom! The two fists collided. Lu Ming's punch contained 9 streams of dragon energy, which contained 5 concepts. When he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, the power was terrifying. The two fists collided, and the space exploded. The surrounding space spread in all directions like a spiderweb. A terrifying force shot out. Then, a figure trembled and stepped on the void with loud bangs. He retreated madly, causing the space to tremble. To everyone's surprise, the figure was not Lu Ming, but the Supreme Being, a burly Supreme Being. Lu Ming's figure did not move an inch. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe. Even the supreme martial artists who were in the midst of a chaotic battle were stunned and stopped fighting. A young man who didn't even look 30 years old had actually forced a supreme martial artist to retreat with a single punch. How was this possible? Who was this person? Damn it, kill. The supreme being who had been pushed back finally reacted and let out an angry roar. He was a dignified supreme being, yet he was forced back by a young man's punch. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. At this time, he could no longer care about snatching the map. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and restore his reputation. 2 pairs of gloves appeared on his head. This was his bloodline, a 6th-level divine level bloodline. He put on the gloves and punched continuously. The power of his fist technique increased several times. The fist force that was as heavy as a mountain drowned Lu Ming. Kill! His essential core boiled and the 9 dragon energies caused Lu Ming's strength to skyrocket. He punched out with both fists continuously and exchanged blows with his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. After exchanging more than 10 punches, Lu Ming had the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. They were completely speechless. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming had overestimated himself and dared to enter the place. They had thought that he was courting death or that Lu Ming was just like them and wanted to watch from a distance. However, Lu Ming actually charged into the battlefield. They thought that Lu Ming was courting death and was dead for sure. But the result was far beyond their expectations. Lu Ming's combat ability almost blinded them. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a supreme being and even suppress one. This was simply like a fantasy. It's time to end this. Lu Ming muttered. The 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A surge of energy gushed out from the 3rd bloodline and surged into Lu Ming's body. After borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and forced the other party to retreat. With another punch, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The other party's fist had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh! The 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword, cutting through the void and slashing at the other party. The other party screamed as one of his arms was cut off by the blood sword. The other party retreated frantically, his face filled with fear. The other supreme martial artists, including Hai Tian, were all shocked. A supreme martial artist was injured just like that. What kind of battle prowess was this? Give me the map. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on one of the supreme martial artists and charged toward him. The storage ring of 100 poisons supreme was in the hands of that supreme martial artist. The supreme being's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming charging toward him. He retreated at top speed. You can't escape. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the other party. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and a ferocious spatial crack appeared in the void. A chaotic spatial storm surged towards the other party. The Supreme Being tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Lu Ming's current strength was too powerful. He had already far surpassed the average Supreme Being. Let's attack together. This person is too strong. The supreme martial artist roared. That's right, let's attack together. All of you, attack together. Kill this person first, and then get the map of the pure spirit body. Hai Tian also shouted. He looked at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with jealousy and hatred. He was envious of Lu Ming's talent. He looked younger than him, but his cultivation and combat strength were so terrifying. He hated it. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming and make such a genius disappear from the world. Young master. On the horizon, the two supreme martial artists were still hesitating. Attack. I order you all to attack and kill this man together. Hai Tian roared in anger. The two supreme beings had no choice but to charge at Lu Ming. The other supreme beings also attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. They felt threatened. If Lu Ming got the pure spirit body map, it would be difficult for them to take it. Therefore, they decided to get rid of Lu Ming first. The 10 supreme beings attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, and the 9 dragon bloodlines emerged. Lu Ming performed the fusion of the bloodlines and transformed into 9 dragons. The devouring power burst out and enveloped all the supreme beings. Then, the dragon claw stepped out continuously. Bang! Bang! 2 supreme martial artists were struck by the dragon claw and retreated while coughing up blood. Buzz! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and one of Hai Tian's supreme martial artists was sent flying while vomiting blood. Clang! Above the heads of the 9 dragons, the lightning cauldron appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts filled the air and enveloped the remaining supreme martial artists. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out as all the supreme beings' attacks were blocked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the distance, gasps of cold air could be heard. The large mouthfuls of cold air almost caused their lungs to explode. This was too shocking. 10 supreme beings had joined forces to besiege a young man. In the end, not only had this young man blocked all of them, but a few of them had even been injured. How was this possible? He is Lu Ming, the Divine Wilderness Continent's Lu Ming, the #1 prodigy of the Divine Ruins Continent. Suddenly, one of the supreme martial artists shouted. This supreme being had also gone to watch the selection of the major sects in the Yuan continent and recognized Lu Ming. What? He's Lu Ming? The strongest heaven's favorite among the younger generation in the Divine Ruins continent? Didn't he return to the Divine Ruins continent? Why are you still here? My God, it's actually him. No wonder he's so terrifying. The scene was in an uproar. By now, Lu Ming's name had already spread to every corner of the Divine Ruins. Most people knew that during the selection of disciples by the major sects in the Yuanlu continent, the Divine Wilderness continent had emerged as a new force. The most terrifying person was still a youth called Lu Ming. He had suppressed all the heroes and obtained first place. No one in the younger generation could match him. Even if he's the #1 expert of the younger generation, his combat strength is terrifying enough. Someone sighed. It was truly astonishing that he could remain unscathed under the joint attack of 10 great supremes. Damn it, it's actually him. Hai Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. Leave it to me. Kill. The 9 dragons said indifferently as they turned and charged toward the supreme being who had the storage ring of the 100 poisons supreme. The man wanted to resist, but after being beaten up by Lu Ming until he vomited a large mouthful of blood, he did not dare to resist anymore. He threw the storage ring to Lu Ming, who grabbed it. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring. With a thought, a rolled-up map appeared in his hands. What? As soon as he held the map, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1279 Two Maps. This was because the feeling that this map gave him was almost exactly the same as the map he had obtained from the bandit. The material, texture, and weight were all the same. Lu Ming opened the map and he was a little dumbfounded. The contents of the map were exactly the same as what he had obtained. There were no changes. There are two maps, strange. Lu Ming frowned. Generally speaking, there would only be one such precious map. How could there be two? Could it be fake? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming, I'm the son of the sea-suppressing marshal. I advise you to hand over the maps so that you don't get into trouble, he said. Not far away, Hai Tian said, staring at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. So what if Lu Ming was talented? He was just a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent. In the coastal regions of the Divine Ruins, he had to listen to him obediently. Otherwise, he could have easily killed Lu Ming with just one emperor. No matter how strong one's talent was, if one didn't grow up, one would still be just an ordinary martial artist. The 5 supreme beings under Hai Tian surrounded Lu Ming and glared at him like tigers eyeing their prey. The other supreme beings were also staring at the map in Lu Ming's hands with burning eyes. They could not wait to take it for themselves. There was really a map. It seemed like the matter of the pure spirit body was true. The temptation of a pure spirit body to them was too strong. Most of them would be stuck at the Supreme Being realm for the rest of their lives. It was too difficult for them to take another step and break through to the Emperor realm. But with a pure spirit body, there was hope. As long as they could cultivate a pure spirit body, they would be able to form a true spirit body and step into the Emperor realm. The temptation of becoming an emperor who could live for 10 to 20,000 years and dominate the world was too strong. They would not give up easily even though they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He looked at Hai Tian and said, "You want the map? Sure, I'll give it to you." Lu Ming flung the map to another supreme being, who was not the one who took orders from Hai Tian. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to hand over the map so easily. It seems that Lu Ming is still afraid of Hai Tian. Everyone had the same thought. Hai Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He also thought that Lu Ming was afraid of him. So what if he's talented? Without any backing, you still have to listen to me, don't you? Hai Tian sneered. Although he knew that Lu Ming had been accepted as a disciple by the Dragon God Valley, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was not afraid at all since Lu Ming had not officially joined the Dragon God Valley. He didn't even give me the map. When my big brother arrives, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. Hai Tian thought to himself. Lu Ming threw out the map and it led to another chaotic battle. On the other hand, Lu Ming transformed into his human form. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian's expression changed slightly as he chided, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" "Nothing much. It's just that your face makes me very unhappy. Moreover, you have the intention to kill me. You wanted to kill me before. I'm a person who holds grudges." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "You dare?" Hai Tian's expression changed. "Pa!" Lu Ming swung his hand and slapped Hai Tian's face, causing him to spin dozens of times. One side of his face was swollen and he was completely stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him. Didn't Lu Ming hand over the map just now because he was afraid of him? How dare she hit him now? Hai Tian felt that his brain couldn't process this. "Young master!" Hai Tian's supreme being subordinates roared and pounced on Lu Ming. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. His figure disappeared and he was nowhere to be seen in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not kill Hai Tian not because he was afraid of the forces behind him, but because he wanted to use them to crack the map and find the pure spirit body. The map was very complicated, and the more people there were, the higher the chance of cracking it. After Lu Ming left, Hai Tian came to his senses. He covered one side of his face and shouted madly. He screamed hysterically, but Lu Ming could no longer hear him. He walked out of the swamp and soon, he was out of the endless swamp. That guy is out. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the swamp, many eyes turned to him. I was certain that he was going to come out. He must have seen the shocking battle between supreme martial artists inside. He must have been scared and ran out. That's right, that's definitely the case. He's just a clown, why bother with him? A series of voices rang out, some of which were filled with disdain. Lu Ming could not be bothered. He left the place and returned to the city. Not long after Lu Ming left, a group of people came out. It was the group of people who were watching the battle. How is it? How's the battle inside? Did a great battle break out between the supreme martial artists? Is there any news about the pure spirit bodies? Many people began to ask. The map with the pure spirit body has appeared. The battle between the supreme martial artists. A great circle spirit god expert explained. When he mentioned that the young man was Lu Ming and that Lu Ming had displayed his might and fought against the 10 great masters, the entire place fell silent. You mean? That young man was Lu Ming, the most powerful youth? He even fought with the 10 great supremes, seized the map, and finally handed it over on his own accord? Someone asked in disbelief. Not bad. The person from before nodded. The people outside the swamp were dumbfounded. Some of their faces were flushed red from shame. Just now, they had laughed at Lu Ming and said that he was afraid. However, the fact was that Lu Ming could fight against 10 great supremes alone and snatch the map from them. His combat strength was beyond their imagination. Lu Ming ignored them just now because he did not care about them at all. They were the real clowns in Lu Ming's eyes. When they thought of this, their faces turned red. Not long after, Hai Tian and the others also appeared. In the end, Hai Tian's side was stronger in this battle. He had brought 5 supreme martial artists with him, and one of them had even awakened a 7th-level divine bloodline, which made him stronger than ordinary supreme martial artists. The 5 of them joined forces and seized the map. After Hai Tian seized the map, he disappeared with the experts. Many people guessed that they were studying the map. Many experts had secretly sent people to keep an eye on Hai Tian and the others' movements. As long as Hai Tian and the others discovered something, they would be able to find some clues by following them. Lu Ming was also studying the map. Of course, he asked Dan Dan to come along. Dan Dan was an old antique and was proficient in all kinds of inscriptions. It was most appropriate to ask her to study this kind of map. The two of them studied the map for 2 days. All the lines on this map actually lead to some places when they come together. It's a pity that I'm not familiar with the nearby geographical locations. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find the destination by matching the geographical locations. Dandan said slowly as she walked around the map with her claws behind her back. Oh, then I'll go and buy a few maps of the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming said. Sigh, even if we compare it to the map, it won't be that easy to find it. After all, the map won't be so detailed. Dandan sighed. Chapter 1280 Route. Even so, Lu Ming still went to buy a few maps, including the map of the Divine Ruins continent and the ocean, to study them together. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were studying it, a black-robed elder was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in the city. The black-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his expression was ferocious. No, there are too few maps. They won't be able to figure it out in a short time. I don't have time to wait anymore. I might as well release a large number of maps. There are so many people, someone must be able to find it. I must find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. This is my only hope. The black-robed elder said in a cold voice. Then, a bunch of maps appeared in his hands. He took one out and opened it. It was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had. It was a map of pure spirit bodies. There were not just 1 or 2 pieces of the map. There were many pieces, and they were all copied by the black-robed elder. A day later, another pure spirit body map appeared, which led to an intense fight. In the end, it was taken by a supreme martial artist. But after that, there were more and more maps regarding pure spirit bodies. In the beginning, the competition was still very intense, and whenever a supreme martial artist appeared, he would take action. But later, it seemed that all the supreme martial artists had appeared, and the map appeared, but only the spiritual god realm masters took action. Later on, there were more and more maps. By a rough estimate, there were hundreds of maps. Could the map be fake? Such a situation made many people speculate. Perhaps it was true. Someone had obtained the map first but couldn't figure it out, so he threw out so many copies of the map. He wanted to use the power of others to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. After that, such remarks were thrown out, causing many people to be skeptical. However, no one would give up easily. After all, a pure spirit body was too tempting. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, no one would give up. Many people were holding the map and studying it carefully. Later on, some people even joined together and started to study it. A few days later, someone had indeed made some progress and flew out of the sea. The location indicated on the map should be overseas. Dandin also came to a conclusion. In an instant, countless people gathered together and flew toward the ocean. Ooh! The sea breeze whistled and blew against their faces. When they arrived at the seaside, they could see the boundless ocean. Buzz! 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 One figure after another rode the wind and broke through the waves, flying toward the ocean. Some of them had extremely powerful auras and were extremely terrifying. They were all Supreme Being experts. Look, that's Hai Tian. The sea-suppressing marshal has sent more experts. Some people looked at the sky. Everyone saw that there were a total of 9 people on the edge of the sea and sky. All of them had terrifying and powerful auras, and they were all Supreme Beings. However, this time, Hai Tian was not the leader. He followed behind a man in his 40s with a respectful expression. That's Hai Tian's big brother, Haiyu. He's a terrifying existence. It's said that he has awakened a 9th-level divine level bloodline. He's already in his 40s and can enter the martial emperor realm at any time. His combat strength is terrifying. Haiyu has also come out. With his combat strength, he can easily kill ordinary Supreme Beings. Some people were discussing with fear when they mentioned Haiyu. A Supreme Being with a 9th-level divine bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 9th-level divine bloodline was absolutely terrifying. Such a person would definitely become an emperor, and their battle prowess could not be measured with common sense. Haiyu, if he was not over 30 years old, he could participate in the selection of disciples of the Tianshan sect. It was easy to imagine how powerful a chosen like him would be once he reached the paragon level. Even Lu Ming might not be confident if he were to face them now. Haiyu, Hai Tian, and the others flew toward the ocean. Then more and more people followed. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and flew together. After flying for an entire day, they had no idea how far they had traveled before a small island appeared in front of them. Could it be on this island? Many people's eyes lit up. No, this island is only the first location. It's a point of reference. Someone said. They had completely understood the map and the positions of the stars in the sky, and they were looking for the answer. This island was not the final destination. It pointed to the next location. Some of them took out the map and studied it together. In the end, they found the right path and continued to fly overseas. A day later, they found the second island. Unfortunately, after some research, it was still not the final destination, but a guiding place. By eliminating this island, he could find the next location. Everyone studied and calculated together before continuing to fly. Another day passed, and they arrived at the third island. This island was still not the final destination. However, at this point, everyone encountered some difficulties. They found a ruin on the island, all of which were abandoned stone pillars. Some people guessed that this was a key point in studying the map, but it seemed to be missing something, and they couldn't figure out the final route. There's really something missing. The ruins should give us a hint. Dandin frowned and pondered seriously. Everyone studied it for an entire day, but they found nothing. These ruins are similar to the stone plate that was passed down in my family. At this moment, an old man walked into the ruins and took out a stone plate. Buzz! The stone plate trembled and emitted light. At the same time, the ruins also trembled and emitted light. The ruins and the stone plate resonated with each other. "There's a reaction," someone exclaimed. "Look, there are some routes." Everyone could see that the stone plate and the ruins were reacting to each other. As the light shone, some patterns were formed. These patterns seemed to be some kind of route. Everyone hurriedly combined the route with the map and began to deduce. "I got it, I found the route," someone shouted in excitement. In the end, everyone worked together to find the next route and continued to fly toward the ocean. As expected, my choice was correct. I could only reach this far by myself. In the crowd, an old man in a black robe had an excited expression on his face. The old man was the one who had given him the map. He had obtained the map a long time ago, but after decades of research, he could only find the third island. He had no idea what to do next. Therefore, he had made a large number of copies of the map, hoping to find the method of the pure spirit body with the help of others. Sure enough, this method worked. It had only been a few days, but the gains were greater than what he had gained from decades of research. Then they found the fourth island and then the fifth island. 10 days later, the group found a total of 9 islands. The 9 islands seemed to have a mysterious connection. They had to find one before they could find the next. However, the 9th island seemed to be the end. Everyone studied it and discovered that the 9th island was the last island. The next step would be to find the location of the pure spirit body cultivation technique. Everyone was excited. The monster at the bottom of the sea. Everyone studied it carefully and finally found that the final destination was at the bottom of the sea. In the depths of a secret ocean. Plop, plop. Many experts jumped into the sea and headed in the direction of the pure spirit bodies according to the map. Lu Ming followed suit and jumped into the sea. They were already in the open sea. The water was very deep. They kept diving, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and finally, they were more than 100,000 meters deep. At this depth, the pressure of the sea water had reached a terrifying level. Even a high-level spirit weapon would be crushed into a ball under such water pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. He circulated his essential core to protect his body, and at the same time, he circulated the concept of water. A wonderful aura circulated around his body, and the sea water automatically separated itself from him. Lu Ming looked very relaxed, but the others were not so relaxed. A first-level spiritual god realm martial artist's body trembled, and his face turned pale. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer dared to continue down. Instead, he swam up rapidly. At this point, it was already very difficult for an ordinary low-rank spiritual god ancient martial art practitioner to resist. They would be crushed to death by the huge pressure. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to leave. This place was not the bottom yet. He still had to continue down, and he didn't know how deep it would be. It was pitch black all around, but those who could reach this place were all experts with strong eyesight. They could still see tens of thousands of meters around them. Whoosh! The group continued to dive, occasionally checking the map. Soon, they had reached a depth of more than 200,000 meters. The water pressure here was even more terrifying, and many people's protective Jinyuan started to creak as if it would collapse at any time. At this point, Lu Ming discovered the underground mountain range. However, the rocks here were shockingly hard due to the terrifying water pressure all year round. They were harder than many strange metals outside, 100 times harder than ordinary steel. It's under that valley. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and pointed at an underwater valley below. From a distance, it was pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward the valley. Obviously, the others had also noticed it and were swimming towards the valley. The number of people who could make it here was much less than before, but there were still about 1,000 people. The 1,000 people were like 1,000 tiny fish, swimming towards the dark valley. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sea water churned. From a pitch-black cave on the edge of the valley, a huge creature suddenly pounced out. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the powerhouses. The berserk aura was shocking. You're looking for death. Someone bellowed, and a beam of sword chi slashed out, slashing towards the behemoth. The person who attacked was an expert in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. However, they were in the deep sea, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The sword chi slashed out at the bloody mouth, but it was immediately bitten by the mouth. The sharp teeth bit off the sword chi, and a scarlet tongue rolled out, wrapping around the expert in the great circle of the spiritual god realm and pulling him into its mouth. Damn it! The great circle spirit god realm expert unleashed all sorts of terrifying attacks. However, he was more than 200,000 meters deep in the ocean, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The aura of the monster that had suddenly pounced out was only equivalent to that of a great circle spiritual god. However, the strength that the monster displayed here was far above that of an ordinary great circle spiritual god. The human great circle of the spiritual god realm was no match for it. The scarlet tongue pulled it into its mouth, and with a crack, it was bitten in two. The perfected spirit god realm expert let out a blood-curdling screech. However, in the next moment his screeching came to an abrupt end. He had been bitten into pieces by the monster and swallowed into its stomach. What kind of monster is this? Only then did everyone see the monster's appearance clearly. Its body was like a python, and it looked like an eel at the same time. It was very long, and its tail was in a cave in the valley. Only the upper part of its body could be seen. Its body was covered in scales, and its eyes were blood red. It looked extremely ferocious. Its mouth moved as if it was eating with great relish. Its blood-red eyes stared at someone else, flashing with greed. Whoosh! The next moment he pounced again, opening his bloody mouth and biting at the human masters. You're looking for death. At this moment, a supreme being shouted coldly and stepped out. With a wave of his hand, a prototype domain spread out and enveloped the monster. The monster's scales started to sizzle as it was enveloped by the domain. Die! The Grandmaster took a step forward and appeared on top of the monster's head. He punched the monster's head. Bang! With a boom, the monster roared and retreated. A part of its head caved in and blood flowed, but it was not killed. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. This monster was too powerful. From his aura, he was only at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. If it was outside, a supreme being's attack would be enough to kill a perfect stage spiritual god. However, here, the monster was only injured and not killed. Clearly, this monster lived at the bottom of the sea all year round. Here, the monster could display its strength, while the human warrior's strength was suppressed. The human sovereign's face darkened as he failed to kill the monster with a single strike. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. An astonishing saber light split the seawater apart and slashed at the monster's neck. Poochie! Blood dyed the seawater red, and the monster's head was cut off. However, the monster didn't die immediately after its head was cut off. Its lower body retreated frantically, trying to retreat back into the cave. However, when it was only halfway back, its life force was extinguished, and it became limp and motionless. There's actually a sea monster in such a deep sea. We have to be careful. Someone muttered and increased their vigilance. Once a living being appeared in such a deep part of the ocean, it would definitely not be simple and would be very dangerous. Everyone continued to dive. The valley was really too deep. They dove another 10,000 meters, but they still didn't reach the bottom. Voila! Suddenly, the sea water churned, and there was a roar around the valley. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, there was a screech. The sound was terrifying and made one's hair stand on end. Then, to everyone's horror, they saw dozens of huge creatures on the walls of the valley pouncing at them. Monster, it's that kind of monster. Someone shouted in fear. This giant creature that suddenly pounced was exactly the same as the one that had appeared before. Its body was like a python, slender and long. Its eyes were blood red, its mouth was like a basin, and its body was covered in scales. It was ferocious and terrifying. There were dozens of them here, and each one of them had a terrifying aura. Caught off guard, more than a dozen human masters were bitten by the monster without being able to fight back. The monster's sharp teeth chewed them into pieces and they died on the spot. An exceptionally huge monster pounced at Hai Tian and the others. "You're looking for death." At the edge of the sea, a supreme martial artist roared in anger. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear broke through the water and fought with the monster. After 3 moves, the monster was nailed to the bottom of the sea. Although the monster was strong, there was still a gap between it and a supreme being. Demonic beasts in the ocean. Voila! One of the monsters had its eyes on Lu Ming and was trying to bite his head. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body burst forth. He used his left hand to exert the devouring power and envelop the monster. The fingers on his right hand grew longer and became like dragon claws. He clawed out. "Poochie!" Lu Ming grabbed the monster's head with his right hand and tore it apart with all his might. The monster's head was directly torn off, and blood gushed out wildly, but it was all devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. What dense blood essence power! The demonic power in it is even more shocking. After devouring the monster's blood essence and demonic energy, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This monster was also a type of demonic beast. However, the demonic power in its body was astonishing. The power of its blood essence was also extremely dense, far exceeding that of ordinary human warriors. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Devouring and refining would not be of much help to him. Kill! A brutal fight was taking place in the depths of the ocean. Although the dozens of underwater monsters were powerful, the supreme being of the human race was still able to kill them easily. In the end, dozens of humans died, but the dozens of monsters were all killed one by one. Then, everyone continued to dive, but they were more careful. As expected, they were attacked again not long after. It was a strange fish. It wasn't big and looked exactly like a rock. Even its aura was the same as a rock, as if it had no life. However, when Lu Ming and the rest approached, the stone-like fish suddenly launched an attack. This type of fish wasn't particularly strong, but there were many of them and they were extremely poisonous. If a great circle spirit god expert was bitten by this fish, they would be poisoned and paralyzed, unable to fight back. In this battle, another dozen powerhouses died. In the end, he had to rely on the strength of a supreme martial artist to kill the group of fish that were as hard as rocks. However, no one retreated. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too great. Since they had already come this far, no one wanted to return empty-handed. Everyone continued to dive. In total, they had already reached a depth of 300,000 meters. The water pressure here was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it was pitch black. With Lu Ming's vision, he could only see a radius of 1,000 meters. The others might be able to see even closer. "We've reached the bottom," someone said. Everyone was relieved. They had finally reached the end. Was the pure spirit body cultivation method here? "Guys, look, there's a crack," someone suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly gathered over and found a crack. It seemed to be a space tunnel. This is a space channel. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body must be hidden inside. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind, and their eyes couldn't help but light up. Just as someone was about to rush in the distance, the sea water churned and an angry roar came. "How dare you invade my ancestral land? All of you must die." The roar was like a dragon's roar, passing through the rolling sea and rumbling. Then, everyone saw a large group of black behemoths charging toward them. Demonic beasts? They were all demonic beasts, and they were all ocean demonic beasts. Lu Ming saw huge octopuses, ferocious-looking sharks, and slender eels. The one in the lead was covered in black scales. It had dragon horns and 4 claws under its belly. It was a flood dragon. It was a black water dragon. Moreover, the flood dragon's body had a strong true dragon's pressure. It obviously contained a strong true dragon's bloodline. Its terrifying aura could make people feel frightened even from far away. Supreme, this flood dragon is a supreme being expert. It contains 90% of the true dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A supreme flood dragon with 90% of the true dragon's bloodline would definitely have terrifying combat strength. Behind the flood dragon sovereign, the auras of many ocean demonic beasts were extremely astonishing. Many of them were at the supreme being level. Not good. Retreat. Charge into the spatial tunnel. Many of the human experts cried out in shock as they turned around and charged into the spatial tunnel. You're looking for death. With a loud roar, the flood dragon sovereign extended his black dragon claw, which rapidly expanded in size as it clawed towards the humans. In an instant, more than a dozen high-level spiritual gods were crushed by the dragon's claws, their bodies and souls destroyed. Buzz! The dragon claw didn't stop as it clawed at one of the supreme martial artists. The supreme being's expression changed, and a snow-white saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance was astonishing, and it broke through the sea water to grab the dragon claw. With a bang, the blade-like collapsed. The body of the human race's supreme being trembled violently. His face turned pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The gap was too great. They were both supremes, but the human race's supremes were no match for him. This was the bottom of the ocean, which was an advantage for flood dragons. Furthermore, the flood dragon supreme contained 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, which was similar to the human race awakening a 9th-level divine bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses and was extremely powerful. At that moment, some of the human powerhouses had already rushed into the space tunnel and disappeared. Kill them all. Seeing this, the flood dragon sovereign became even more furious. He roared again and struck out with his dragon claws. Sela! The space was torn apart, and the seawater gushed into the space crack and disappeared. A dragon claw swiped at Hai Tian and the others. Protect the young master. On the edge of the sea and sky, a few supreme martial artists roared and attacked the black dragon claw together. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion instantly evaporated over 10,000 tons of seawater, creating a vacuum. A few supreme martial artists joined forces and blocked the black dragon claw. So many experts die. Hai Tian's group attracted the black water dragon's attention. Its eyes were cold as it stared at Hai Tian and the others. It let out a dragon roar and pounced toward them. At the same time, a few supreme being marine demonic beasts followed the flood dragon and pounced toward Hai Tian and the others. Under the sea, the ocean demonic beasts already had the advantage. At this moment, the supreme martial artists joined forces and their might was astonishing. Hai Tian's expression changed greatly, and he was incomparably frightened. Boom! Boom! Even the joint forces of a few supreme beings could not stop the flood dragon supreme being and were sent flying. Big brother, save me! Hai Tian shouted in fear. Sela! Hai Yu stepped forward and appeared beside Hai Tian. He activated his domain and a huge battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe. Clang! The axe and the black flood dragon's claws collided, creating a shocking force that formed a storm. Some of the weaker supreme beings couldn't even stand still. Hai Yu was also in existence who had awakened a 9th-level divine rank bloodline. His combat strength was extremely shocking and was not any weaker than the flood dragon sovereign. Even if he was at the bottom of the sea, he would not be much weaker. As the two of them collided, the bodies of the flood dragon sovereign and Hai Yu swayed slightly, and they were forced to take a few steps back. There's actually an expert like you. But this is the bottom of the sea. Stay here. The black water dragon roared and attacked Hai Yu again. Bring Hai Tian into the spatial tunnel. I'll stop them. Hai Yu ordered the other supremes before he used his bloodline fusion to fight with the flood dragon. Walala! The sea water churned, and the terrifying force stirred up the sea water within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The killing intent of the underwater ancient city. This place was over 300,000 meters deep. An ordinary spiritual god would be crushed to death by the seawater, let alone stir it. However, the battle between Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign was actually able to stir up the seawater within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was clear how terrifying the two's combat strength was. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. So this is a supreme being with a 9th-ranked divine bloodline and a 90% divine beast bloodline? His strength is indeed astonishing. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and casually fought with a demonic beast, but his eyes were fixed on the battle between Haiyu and the supreme flood dragon. The combat strength of the two people made Lu Ming feel rather solemn. Lu Ming felt that even if he were to use all his strength now, he would not be a match for Haiyu or the supreme flood dragon. The main reason was that his cultivation base was too far away from his opponents. If his cultivation had broken through to the great circle of the spiritual god stage, he was confident that he would be able to fight with the other party and even suppress him. But now, he was still lacking a little. From the 9th level of the spiritual god realm to the great circle of the spiritual god realm, and from the great circle of the spiritual god realm to the supreme realm, the gap between each level was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to cross over. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with or even suppress those supreme martial artists who had awakened a 6th-level divine-level bloodline. However, this was only the most ordinary supreme martial artist. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the stronger the combat power, and the more difficult it would be to deal with. Let's go! After watching for a while, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Haiyu and the Supreme Flood Dragon's abilities. Then, he killed a sea demon at the great circle of the spiritual god stage and followed the crowd into the space channel. The space spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the pressure around him lighten. The essential core in his body started to circulate rapidly. There's no seawater here, and there's no pressure from seawater. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Immediately, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he was standing in the void and could clearly see that he was surrounded by seawater. However, it was isolated by a transparent layer, keeping the seawater outside. It was the same in all directions, as if there was a restriction that isolated the sea. There was a spatial rift in the sky. It was the spatial passageway. Lu Ming and the rest had come in through the spatial passageway. That is, an ancient city. Then, Lu Ming sized up the front. This area was completely occupied by a vast ancient city. In front of them, an ancient city stood tall. It was filled with the aura of the vicissitudes of time, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. The ancient city was vast. At a glance, it stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was amazing that such an ancient city was hidden more than 300,000 meters under the sea. At this moment, some people were already flying toward the ancient city. Obviously, this ancient city was most likely their ultimate goal. The pure spirit body technique was most likely hidden in this ancient city. However, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. When some people flew above the ancient city, it was as if they could not fly suddenly or they were subjected to a great gravitational force. They could not stand in the void. Instead, they quickly descended and landed in the ancient city. It seems like we can't fly in this ancient city. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz! All of a sudden, the space around Lu Ming trembled, and many figures appeared. One of them was Haiyu. The rest were mostly sea demonic beasts, such as the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Kill! As soon as the Flood Dragon Supreme appeared, he was about to attack Haiyu. However, Haiyu was not in the mood to fight. He took a step forward and flew toward the ancient city. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He used his movement technique and flew toward the ancient city. Kill all these humans. Let's go. Sovereign Wyvern ordered, leading the sea demons in pursuit of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived above the ancient city, he felt a strong gravitational force. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he found it difficult to keep flying and could not help but fall. Lu Ming landed on a street in the ancient city. Hai Yu and the others landed on another street. What? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as soon as he landed on the street. At this moment, he felt the prison-suppressing steel bloodline trembling slightly. Lu Ming realized that he could merge with the ground with the help of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. At this moment, he felt that the Earth Essence realm seemed to be restless, as if it could break through at any time. This ancient city is 300,000 meters below the ocean, which means it's close to the Earth's core. When I step on the ground here, I resonate with the Earth, allowing me to better understand and touch the Earth intent realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and deduced the general reason. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to break through to the complete stage of Level 4 Earth concept. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. If his Earth concept broke through to the perfected 4th level, Lu Ming would be able to continue devouring refined origin stones and break through to the perfected spiritual god realm. Then, the next step would be to comprehend the embryonic form of the territory and break through to the supreme level. Boom! Boom! Not far away, there was a roar. It was obvious that there was a battle going on. Let's go. Even if there's a cultivation method for a pure spirit body, it must be in the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He strode forward and rushed toward the depths of the ancient city. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from in front of Lu Ming. Could it be that there are people killing each other? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. Ah! After a while, another shrill scream was heard. The scream was filled with despair and fear, which made people feel cold all over. It doesn't sound like a scream from a fight. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but be careful. He slowed down his pace. Ooh! All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a gust of chilly wind blowing on his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Be careful! Dandan suddenly reminded. At the same time, Lu Ming felt a cold aura approaching him from behind. He turned around abruptly and threw a punch. Boom! The fist force pierced through the space and a pitch-black space passageway appeared. However, there was nothing. Lu Ming did not see anything or any living creature. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura on his neck. It was approaching him. Buzz! Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, slashing out horizontally and sweeping in all directions. However, when his palm swept over, it was still empty. There was nothing. What the hell is this? Dandan, did you notice? Lu Ming frowned and looked around carefully, but he still did not find anything. I didn't notice it either. Lu Ming, this place is very strange. It should be the mansion of a powerful existence. Dandan said. I don't need you to say that. Lu Ming pursed his lips. To be able to bring an ancient city to a depth of 300,000 meters under the sea, even an ordinary emperor couldn't do it. It was definitely a terrifying existence. How could the residents of such an expert be ordinary? Ah! At this time, another scream sounded in front of them. It was extremely mournful. Who cares what he is? Since he doesn't dare to appear, I'll continue moving forward. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as the dragon power in his body burst out. He was ready for a big battle at any time as he stepped forward. From time to time, screams could be heard from the ancient city. What the hell is this? Get out here! Someone shouted. He was incomparably frightened, and his face was deathly pale. He crazily attacked in all directions. Chapter 1284 Resentment. But there was nothing. Some of the weaker cultivators were trembling in fear and felt like they were going crazy. Ooh! Gusts of cold wind sounded in the ancient city. You're just pretending. Let's go. A few Supreme Being experts shouted coldly as true energy covered their bodies. They strode forward and passed through the many streets. Lu Ming strode forward as well. However, the strange thing was that he did not see any corpses along the way. Screams could be heard from time to time, but there was no corpse. Lu Ming could not help but look at the mansions and halls on both sides of the street. The doors of these palaces were tightly shut, and they were filled with a sense of mystery. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed up the high wall of a hall, looking inside. At a glance, Lu Ming's brows suddenly raised. There was a small courtyard inside the palace, and the small courtyard was filled with skeletons. There was also a corpse lying in the courtyard. Its eyes were wide open, and there was still fear in its eyes, but it had long since lost its vitality. As expected, there's a problem with these palaces. Lu Ming looked at the door in front of the courtyard. The door was open. It was dark inside and he could not see what was going on. It seemed that a terrifying demon was lurking. Prison suppressing heaven art. All of a sudden, Lu Ming growled in a low voice and blasted his palm at the air in front of him. This was because at this moment, Lu Ming sensed a dangerous aura descending. Boom! In Lu Ming's palm, the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, as if it could suppress everything. The space trembled and a black phantom appeared in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be suppressed by the power of the prison-suppressing steel and was twisting rapidly. What is this? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. It was a black shadow that seemed to have no physical body. It was just a phantom with a ferocious face. Under the power of the prison-defending monument, it twisted crazily and even squeaked. The black shadow twisted and screamed, as if it wanted to pounce on Lu Ming. Resentment. This is resentment. Dandan spoke, her brows furrowed tightly. What is resentment? Lu Ming asked. According to my guess, the owner of this ancient city must have died very unwillingly and had a very strong cultivation. Before he died, he developed a terrifying resentment. Later, some people who came here later were killed by this resentment, which created even more resentment. This resentment is extremely terrifying and invisible, making it very difficult to kill. Dandan explained. There's actually such a strange thing in this world. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was strengthened, and the prison-suppressing steel shook. The black shadow twisted and then collapsed. It's not that strong. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, don't be so smug. It's because you have the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel and a fragment of it. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress everything, especially some evil things. It has a strong restraining power, which is why you can suppress and kill them. If you use other means, it'll be very difficult to kill a wisp of resentment. Dandan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. I see. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. That wisp of resentment just now was generated by someone who came after you. If you encounter the resentment generated by the owner of this place, it won't be so easy to deal with. Dandan reminded. Lu Ming nodded. He did not stop there and continued to walk deeper into the ancient city. From time to time, one could hear screams. Such a strange thing had scared many people. Many experts had gathered together to help each other and join forces. This way, the situation was much better, and the screams were much less. The group continued forward and soon arrived at the center of the ancient city. In the center of the ancient city, there was a large group of palaces. It was like an imperial palace, and it was unknown how many palaces there were. Buzz! At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the palace. Everyone saw a jade talisman in the light. Could that be the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Many people's eyes lit up. It must be. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body is mine. Get lost, it's mine. Many people's eyes burned with a fiery light as they charged toward the group of halls. Haha, a pure spirit body is ultimately mine. A black-robed old man's eyes were filled with greed. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He was the one who had distributed all the maps. His goal was to find the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Buzz! His body moved and he scuttled out like a ghost. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to our sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion. Hai Tian, Hai Yu, and the others also rushed toward the group of palaces. The treasures of the ancestral land belong to our sea demon race. Let's go! Sovereign Wyvern roared as he led the experts of the sea demon race into the depths of the palace. Lu Ming did not rush in immediately. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The resentment in this group of palaces is very strong. It's extremely terrifying. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He followed behind the crowd and rushed in slowly. As expected, many people let out shrill screams as soon as they rushed into the palace. What the hell is this? Kill! Kill! The palace complex was in a mess. The embryonic stage of the domain is useful to him. Use the embryonic stage of the domain to kill him. A supreme martial artist shouted. Lu Ming saw that a supreme being had cast a prototype domain and covered the area. In the prototype domain, the black shadow formed by the resentment appeared and was eventually destroyed by the prototype domain. After discovering this secret, the supreme martial artists all used their domains to cover the area and erase the resentment. In an instant, the situation reversed. Many supreme beings rushed toward the place where the jade token was. Lu Ming followed behind. He did not act rashly. It's mine. A black-robed elder was the fastest among the palaces and he was the first to approach the jade token. He stepped on one of the palaces and flew up to the sky to grab the jade token. You dare? You're looking for death. Hai Yu shouted. Get lost. Kill. Sovereign Flood Dragon roared. The other supreme beings also rushed over at top speed. The map was given out by me. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to me. The black-robed old man laughed, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Without a doubt, the black-robed elder was a supreme being, and not an ordinary one at that. The bloodline he had awakened was definitely not low. The black-robed old man's claw was about to grab the jade token. At this moment, the black-robed old man's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He finally let out an angry roar, "Get out! Get lost!" Then, the black-robed elder let out a shrill roar and his power exploded. Some of the palaces in the ancient city were destroyed by this power and turned into dust. What's going on? Many people were shocked and stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. Even the Flood Dragon Sovereign Hai Yu and the others frowned. Chapter 1285 Fleeing Madly. It was obvious that the black-robed old man had suffered a terrifying attack. Judging from the black-robed old man's strength, it was absolutely shocking. It was close to Hai Yu's and the Flood Dragon Sovereign's strength. However, even with such a combat strength, he was still in a miserable state. The black-robed old man was shouting, rolling in the air and attacking randomly. Then, to everyone's horror, the black-robed elder's body was shriveling, as if his life force was slowly disappearing. At the same time, a black shadow appeared around the black-robed old man's body. It was twisted and ferocious. It was that kind of resentment. It's that damn thing again. Why is this Tao so strong? What is this? Someone's voice trembled. Squeak. The black shadow let out an ear-piercing scream and suddenly drilled into the black-robed elder's body. The black-robed elder let out a shrill scream and then stopped struggling. His life force had completely disappeared. His eyes were wide open with shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. He had tried his best and spent decades, but he still couldn't find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. In the end, he made up his mind and made hundreds of copies of the map, hoping to find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body with the help of others. He was about to reach the last step. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was about to fall into his hands. His decades-long wish was about to be fulfilled. How could he be willing to die here? Buzz! After the black-robed old man died, the distorted black shadow reappeared and looked at Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others with a ferocious expression, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. This kind of thing is afraid of the early stage of the domain. I suggest that we work together to destroy this damn thing first, and then we will fight for the Jade card with our own abilities. What do you think? Hai Yu suggested as he looked at the Flood Dragon Sovereign. The only thing he was afraid of here was the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Alright, I'll join hands with you guys first, said Paragon Flood Dragon. That resentment was something that even the Flood Dragon Sovereign was afraid of. What about you guys? Hai Yu looked at the other supreme beings. I'm willing. I'm naturally willing. The supreme martial artists all nodded. Alright, then let's join forces and cast the embryonic form of our domain to seal and destroy this damn thing. Let's do it. Hai Yu shouted. He struck out with his palm, and the embryonic form of his domain spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading toward the black shadow. Squeak! The black shadow seemed to be afraid of the domain. It squeaked and its body kept shaking, trying to dodge. Attack! Attack! The other supreme beings, including the supreme being of the Sea Demon Clan, also made their moves. One after another, embryonic domains spread out toward the black shadow. There were more than 30 supreme beings present. They attacked together and formed their domains, sealing off the entire area. The black figure couldn't avoid it and was enveloped by the layers of domains. Squeak! The black shadow screamed as if it had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Obliterate! Exterminate! More than 30 supreme beings roared and controlled their domains. They exploded with destructive power, trying to destroy the black shadow. The black shadow kept on twisting and screaming as it struggled with all its might. However, it was useless. It was trapped by layers of domains. Under the destructive power, its body slowly shrank and was slowly destroyed. As time passed, the black shadow became smaller and smaller. After a long time, there was a sudden bang and the black shadow collapsed, turning into nothing. The black shadow was finally destroyed by the joint efforts of dozens of supreme martial artists. This time, many greedy eyes were fixed on the jade plate. The black shadow was destroyed, and everyone's eyes naturally gathered on the jade token. Squeak! Just as everyone was about to make a move, another ear-piercing sound rang out. Moreover, this time, it was not just one or two streaks, but an entire stretch. The screeches gathered together and came from all directions. Then, to everyone's horror, black shadows flew out from the surrounding halls. They were exactly the same as the one before. At the same time, black shadows flew out of the palaces they passed behind them. Countless black shadows shrieked and twisted, looking ferocious and terrifying. Like a black storm, they swept towards the crowd. At this moment, the faces of Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others turned deathly pale. Help, big brother, still. Hai Tian, in particular, shrieked in fear. His entire body trembled, and a foul smell came from his pants. It turned out that he had peed himself. Charge out. Hai Yu let out a roar, pulled the sea in the sky, and launched a crazy attack. Charge! The others also rushed out. At this moment, no one was thinking about the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. They only had one thing in their minds, and that was to rush out and save their lives. Boom, boom, boom! Everyone unleashed all sorts of attacks, but it was useless. Ordinary attacks were completely useless against those black shadows. Only a sovereign's domain could be effective. Screams rang out. Many high-level spiritual god experts were entangled by the black shadow and suffered terrible attacks. Some people screamed and were killed by the black shadow. The sovereigns used their domains to protect their bodies and kept charging out. Many smart spiritual god experts followed closely behind the sovereigns and charged with all their might. Countless black shadows charged towards the crowd. Now! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and dashed toward the jade card. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. The shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared in his palm, and the unique suppressing power of the prison-suppressing steel burst out. Squeak! Under Lu Ming's palm and under the cover of the prison-suppressing heaven technique, a few black shadows screamed and twisted continuously, as if they were in great pain. Lu Ming threw a few more punches and the few shadows retreated far away. Lu Ming strode toward the jade token. As he charged, he continuously used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The prison-suppressing heavenly art seemed to be the nemesis of those black shadows. Wherever the prison-suppressing heavenly art enveloped, those black shadows would retreat at an extreme speed. What's going on? Some people widened their eyes in shock when they saw this. It's him. It's Lu Ming. He can counter those shadows. Someone shouted as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it. Brother, it's him. It's that Lu Ming. Hai Tian also saw this scene and cried out in jealousy. Let's leave this place first. Even if he can get the jade plate, he can't leave this place. Hai Yu snorted coldly. With the help of the other supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion, he led Hai Tian and charged out quickly. Of course, it was also because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black shadows when he rushed toward the jade token that Hai Yu and the others were under less pressure. Otherwise, they might not have been able to rush out. Just like that, Hai Yu and the others broke out of the encirclement and disappeared into the ancient city. Chapter 1286 Obtaining the Technique. As for Lu Ming, he was getting closer and closer to the jade token. The closer they got to the jade token, the more agitated the black shadows seemed to be. They screamed with all their might. Ear-piercing sounds rang out as they rushed toward Lu Ming with no regard for their lives. In particular, some of the black shadows were extremely powerful and could pose a fatal threat to supreme beings. Lu Ming's prison-suppressing heavenly art could not force them back for a while. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's spine glowed. As the blood-red light spread, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the blood fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The word on the steel glowed with a brilliant light and its suppression power was greatly enhanced. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline enlarged to the size of a mountain and pressed down on a black shadow. With a shrill scream, the black shadows twisted rapidly under the cover of the prison-guarding steel, then collapsed and disappeared into black smoke. Even the black shadows that could pose a threat to supreme beings were the same. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, they could not resist for long and also turned into black smoke and dissipated. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and its power of suppression burst forth. A large number of black shadows were turned into ashes. Lu Ming was not hindered at all and he flew toward the jade card. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the jade card. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming's appearance. He reached out his palm and grabbed the jade card. Bang! At this moment, the jade token exploded and turned into green smoke. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed and he looked gloomy. Could it be that everything was fake? The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was all fake? It's all a scam? Tricking them into coming here and getting nothing. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's expression turned uglier. It was wrong. Lu Ming suddenly looked at a hall below. There, in the courtyard of a palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man who looked like a living person. However, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lu Ming knew that this person was dead. He had been dead for many years. However, this person's cultivation level was too high, and his body was so strong that even after so many years, his body still did not rot. This person might be the master of this place. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he made a guess. At the thought of this, Lu Ming descended and landed in the courtyard. However, he did not dare to let his guard down and was on his guard. At the same time, he summoned the bubble and squatted on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he could use the space-time power of the bubble to escape quickly. However, after careful observation, there was nothing unusual. Moreover, when Lu Ming landed in the courtyard, the black shadows above him all stopped and did not continue to pursue him. There's no storage ring. Nothing was left behind. Lu Ming looked around and was disappointed. Clearly, even the storage ring of this expert had been taken away after his death. Nothing was left behind. Lu Ming initially thought that he could obtain the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. It seemed that it was impossible. What? At this moment, Lu Ming was stunned. The middle-aged man's glabella began to glow. Then, a jade card emerged from the middle-aged man's glabella and floated above his head. When the jade token appeared, the middle-aged man's body exploded with a bang and turned into a pile of ashes. The ashes scattered with the wind and disappeared from the world. There was only a jade tablet floating in the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He condensed his essential core and formed a large hand. He grabbed the jade token and held it in his hand. Is it the cultivation method for a pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart started to beat wildly. He scanned the jade token with his spiritual sense and was pleasantly surprised. That's right, there was a secret technique recorded in the jade token. It was the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. By cultivating a pure spirit body, one would have part of the power of a spirit body. With the foundation of a pure spirit body, it would be much easier to cultivate a true spirit body in the future. It was exactly as the rumors said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If he could cultivate a pure spirit body, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be much easier for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the future. Furthermore, the cultivation method of the pure spirit body could be regarded as an important inheritance. In the future, his family and friends could all cultivate it. That way, the chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm would be much higher. This trip was not in vain. Lu Ming laughed and read the cultivation method of the pure spirit body in detail again. He memorized the contents and put the jade card away carefully. He then scanned the hall and did not discover anything else. Lu Ming soared into the sky, planning to leave this place. When the middle-aged man's body turned into ashes, the black shadows in the sky also turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared as if they had never been there. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky and landed on the roof of a temple. He then ran wildly out of the ancient city. Not long after, he had covered half the distance and was getting closer and closer to the exit. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard. Figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. There were a total of 10 people. One of them was Hai Tian, the other was Hai Yu, and the other 8 were all supreme beings who had been brought here by Hai Tian and Hai Yu. The 9 great supremes blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Hai Tian stared at Lu Ming greedily. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of a big force like the sea suppressing Marshal's mansion, it would definitely play a terrible role. It would bring more experts and even cultivate more emperors. Who said that I have the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Yes, Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not admit that he had obtained the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Is there any use in quibbling? I clearly saw you rush towards that jade token, so you must have taken it. Hand it over now, or we'll kill you. Take off your storage ring, and check it for our slaviers. It's the same. Hai Tian shouted coldly. As for the fact that they had the chance to escape because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of shadows, he did not take it to heart at all. In his opinion, it was Lu Ming's duty to attract the shadows and let them escape. It was Lu Ming's honor. Now, it was Lu Ming's duty to hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, he would die. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to us, the Sea Demon tribe. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Many tall figures rushed over and appeared behind Lu Ming, surrounding him. It was the supreme flood dragon and the other supreme powerhouses of the sea demon race. There were 10 of them. Now, the sea demon tribe had all taken human form, but the brutal aura on their bodies was frightening. Detestable! Yu and the others growled as they looked at the flood dragon sovereign and the others with fear. This man is a human. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body he obtained should belong to us humans. Yu said. Besieging Lu Ming. What a joke. This is the ancestral land of the sea demon tribe. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body naturally belongs to us. The flood dragon sovereign laughed out loud as he glared at Yu with his cold eyes. His powerful aura had completely locked onto Lu Ming. Yu did the same. He released his aura and stared at the flood dragon sovereign. In their eyes, their greatest enemy was each other. As for Lu Ming, although he was powerful, he was alone. They did not take him seriously at all. Lu Ming, why don't you hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body? Hurry up and hand it over, and I'll let bygones be bygones for you hitting my brother. Yu shouted coldly. He was slowly losing his patience. You guys really think you can take me down? Lu Ming sneered. Don't tell me you still want to resist? Let me tell you, you're seeking your own death. Yu chided. He did not want to let Lu Ming off, but he was afraid that Lu Ming's desperate counterattack would give the sea demon tribe an opportunity to attack. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, he pounced on one of the supreme beings from the sea, suppressing Marshall's residence. Roar! As he pounced, the 9 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body burst forth. At the same time, his third bloodline emerged, and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the supreme being, and the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel faintly emerged. Phew! The supreme being was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him under such circumstances. In a hurry, he retaliated with all his might. However, as soon as the two of them exchanged blows, the supreme being of the sea suppressing Marshall's mansion was shocked and retreated backward, blood spurting out of his mouth. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could easily suppress an ordinary supreme being. Moreover, this person was not prepared at all. Kill! After injuring his opponent with one move, Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. The 9 dragon bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming used the fusion of the bloodlines to transform into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped out and shattered the void. The terrifying pressure made the supreme being's heart tremble. He hurriedly cast blood fusion, hoping to stop Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's dragon claws swiped down continuously, breaking apart the other party's blood meridian power. His blood meridian body collapsed, and he returned to his human form. Buzz! The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. No! The man roared. The next moment, the dragon claw grabbed his dantian. The violent force tore his body apart, and even his spiritual spirit was torn into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. A supreme being had been annihilated in a few moves after Lu Ming's sudden attack. It was so fast that Yu and the others only realized what was going on. You're looking for death. Yu let out an angry roar, and the battle axe in his hand chopped toward the head of 9 dragons. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. Its power was astonishing. The black and sharp axe energy instantly reached the 9 dragons' head. Prison suppressing heaven art. Thunder God strike. A few of the 9 dragons' claws unleashed the prison suppressing heavenly art while the other dragon claws used the Thunder God strike. Lightning filled the sky and formed a lightning phoenix that danced in the air as it pounced toward Yu's battle axe. Boom, boom, boom! The 9 dragon claws landed on the battle axe with a series of loud bangs. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly with each explosion. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming was forced to take 9 steps back. Yu's combat strength was too strong. He had awakened a 9th-level divine-level bloodline. Such a person was a peerless genius. He could easily fight opponents of a higher level and was invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation was far higher than Lu Ming's. He had not even performed the blood fusion and he could already force Lu Ming to retreat. It was clear how terrifying his combat strength was. Kill! Hai Yu's killing intent burst out when he saw that Lu Ming could actually block his attack. With a loud roar, he wielded his battle axe and launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. Thunk, thunk, thump! The 9 dragons soared into the sky, and every inch of their muscles was a weapon. They could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art to fight with Hai Yu. The terrifying force shattered the ancient city below, and many palaces were turned into ashes. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Although Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage, he would not lose for the time being. Let's attack together. Hai Yu shouted and ordered the other supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others were standing not far away and watching. They did not make a move, which made Hai Yu feel great pressure. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with thunderous means and seize the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, in case any delay would bring trouble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The other supreme beings made their moves as well. Powerful attacks streaked across the void and fell on Lu Ming. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared above Hai Yu's head. This was his bloodline, and 9 golden chakra glowed with incomparable brilliance. Hai Yu turned into a beam of light and seeped into his blood vessels. He performed the blood vessels fusion and turned into a battle axe, slashing at Lu Ming with even more shocking power. Buzz! The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head. It enlarged rapidly and crashed toward Hai Yu's battle axe. Clang! The thunder cauldron collided with the battle axe, and the space rolled like water waves, stirring up thousands of thunderbolts. It firmly blocked Hai Yu's battle axe, and even sent it flying. After that, the divine dragon wagged its tail, and with a sweep of its tail, it destroyed the attacks of several supreme martial artists. Kill! Then, Lu Ming let out a long roar and stepped out with his dragon claws. 3 gates of ceiling suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped one of the supreme beings. He then controlled the lightning cauldron and smashed it down on the supreme being. The supreme being didn't even have time to scream before he was completely submerged by the lightning cauldron and shattered into pieces. Yet another supreme martial artist had been killed. Ah, damn it! Lu Ming, you must die today. Hai Yu shouted crazily. The supreme beings of the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion had been killed one after another. He had suffered a great loss. He was going crazy. The battle axe trembled and split the sky and earth as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. Clang! Lu Ming continued to use the lightning cauldron to block and clash with the battle axe, causing it to shake continuously. However, the battle axe was also sent flying. Buzz! The dragon's claws stepped in the air. Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. Instead, he charged outward. After all, the other party had too many people. Lu Ming planned to leave this place first. It's almost time. We can't let this brat escape. Not far away, the Flood Dragon Supreme, who had been watching the battle, spoke. At the same time, his body transformed rapidly, turning into a black flood dragon that was 1,000 meters long, pouncing towards Lu Ming. The other sea demons also transformed into their true forms and charged toward Lu Ming. With so many supreme beings taking action together, a pile of embryonic domains appeared and sealed off the entire area, completely blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. This was especially so for the Flood Dragon Supreme, who was extremely powerful and not weaker than Hai Yu at all. With so many people attacking at the same time, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. Kill! Kill! Hai Yu shouted as well. Together with the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others, they attacked Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming exclaimed softly. Chirping. On his shoulder, the bubble cried out. Suddenly, a huge transparent bubble appeared near the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others, enveloping the 10 Sea Demon Sovereigns within it. Using the Emperor weapon, the 10 Sea Demon Sovereigns, including the Flood Dragon Sovereign, were instantly frozen in midair, unable to move. This is space-time will. Supreme Flood Dragon and the others roared madly in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped on the air with his dragon claws and appeared in front of a huge octopus in an instant. He stretched out his dragon claws and grabbed the 8 tentacles of the octopus. He tore them apart with all his might. The supreme octopus screamed in pain as its body was torn into pieces and it died on the spot. After killing another supreme being, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to kill the next one. This time, Lu Ming had his eyes on the Flood Dragon Supreme as he charged towards him. Behind them, Hai Yu and the others' attacks had arrived. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and hurled it at Hai Yu and the rest. The world in the mouth. At the same time, Dandan also made her move. Her body became taller than a mountain, and she spat out a ball of chaotic light that seemed like a real world. Dandan, together with the Thunder Cauldron, successfully blocked Hai Yu and the Supreme Beings from the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion, while Lu Ming continued to attack the Flood Dragon Supreme. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. The power of the space-time imprisonment was limited, and it wouldn't be able to hold on for long with so many Supremes trapped at once. The claws of the 9 dragons were about to grab the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Dragon Vein Sword. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Sovereign let out a loud roar and spat out a black combat sword. This black combat sword had a true dragon coiling around its body, and there were dragon patterns on it. As soon as the combat sword appeared, the sword chi rushed into the sky. With a slight shake, it slashed at the transparent bubble. With a pop, the transparent bubble burst. As soon as the transparent bubble burst, the terrifying sword chi seemed to have broken free from its restraints and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Not good, it's an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to face the attack head-on. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and retreated at top speed, avoiding the terrifying sword chi. Kill! The Flood Dragon Supreme controlled the Dragon Vein Sword and continued to attack Lu Ming. The sword chi swept across and surged in all directions. Lu Ming could only control the lightning cauldron to resist. With a clang, the lightning cauldron shook and the lightning in the sky was cut in half. The lightning cauldron was sent flying. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. The Dragon Vein Sword used by the Flood Dragon Sovereign was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. It was the Emperor of spiritual weapons, the highest level of existence, and its might was terrifying. Most importantly, the King's spiritual weapon contained a domain. If a Supreme Being used their own prototype domain to activate the domain in the King's spiritual weapon, the power would be even more shocking. Back then, Yan Kuangtu's Supreme Being position, coupled with the Emperor's Spirit Tower, had displayed combat strength comparable to the weakest Emperor. As for Yan Kuangtu, he had only awakened an 8th-grade divine bloodline. He wasn't even comparable to the Flood Dragon Sovereign, so his battle prowess was naturally inferior to the Flood Dragon Sovereign. In other words, the power unleashed by the Flood Dragon Sovereign with the Emperor's spiritual weapon had completely reached the level of an Emperor and even exceeded that of an ordinary Emperor. Chirping. As the bubbles rang out, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others within. They were once again frozen in place. Break! The Flood Dragon Sovereign manically maneuvered his Dragon Vein Sword in an attempt to break the transparent bubble's restraint. However, no matter how powerful he would still need some time to break the bubble. This little bit of time was enough for Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged towards a supreme shark. The shark could not move at all as it was enveloped by the transparent bubble. Lu Ming's dragon claws tore its body apart and it died on the spot. He had killed another supreme martial artist. Bang! At this moment, the Flood Dragon Sovereign finally broke the transparent bubble and charged towards Lu Ming with a roar. Lu Ming retreated and did not want to fight head-on with the Flood Dragon Sovereign. "You guys spread out. If anyone is trapped, help each other." Sovereign Flood Dragon shouted. The other Sea Demon Sovereigns spread out and attacked Lu Ming from a distance. One attack after another streaked across the void and attacked Lu Ming. "Die!" At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A terrifying attack was launched at Lu Ming. The terrifying attack completely enveloped him. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt the threat of death. Hai Yu had used the bloodline fusion to turn into a battle axe, but now, another battle axe appeared beside it, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Emperor's spiritual weapon. It's an Emperor's spiritual weapon again. Hai Yu also had an Emperor's spiritual weapon. With his cultivation, he could activate it, and its power was no weaker than that of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Before this, he had been holding back and did not use the Emperor's spiritual weapon. He was waiting for the right moment to launch a fatal attack. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with this attack. This attack was indeed very well grasped. In a hurry, Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron to block it. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was still weak. Although the lightning cauldron was strong, it could not unleash much of its power. He was struck by the battle axe and was sent flying far away. The battle axe did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. "Nest, watch me!" Dandan shouted loudly, her 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell glowed and flew out, blocking in front of the battle axe. Clang! The battle axe struck the turtle shell and sent Dandan flying far away. However, Dandan's block gave Lu Ming an opportunity. He used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and retreated like a stream of light, avoiding Hai Yu's fatal blow. At the same time, Bubbles opened his mouth and a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Hai Yu. Hai Yu roared and controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon to attack the transparent bubble. At the same time, the attacks of the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons also arrived. With so many supreme beings and 2 of the most powerful people with Emperor spiritual weapons, Lu Ming was exhausted and at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the other party had learned their lesson. Everyone was spread out. Bubbles, space-time intent couldn't cover such a large area. It could only cover 1 or 2 people at once. Seeing that one of them had been trapped, Lu Ming wanted to kill him, but the others immediately came to his rescue. More than 10 terrifying attacks pierced through the void and attacked Lu Ming, leaving him no time to kill anyone else. In that case, even if Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubbles joined forces, they were very passive and were not a match at all. The situation was very critical. There were too many people on the other side. In total, there were nearly 20 supreme beings, and 2 of them were top-notch supreme beings. Their combat strength was already extremely terrifying. With the addition of the Emperor's spiritual weapon, it was completely 2 emperors. With so many people working together, it was normal that Lu Ming and the rest were no match for them. If other people were here, even an ordinary emperor, they might not be a match for him. He was seriously injured, but Lu Ming was still able to barely resist. It was already extremely shocking. However, it would be more and more disadvantageous to Lu Ming if this continued. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a dozen moves. The light on the 9 dragon bloodline started to dim. His bloodline power is almost exhausted. Kill. He's dead. Hai Yu and the others were overjoyed. Bang! At this moment, the bloodline of the 9 dragons crumbled. However, before Hai Yu, the Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others could smile, a stone tablet appeared. It rapidly grew in size and appeared in the sky. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Five intent realms at completion. Clang. The lower part of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was the original body, which was indestructible. It blocked the attack of the dragon vein sword. Although it was sent flying, it was not broken. Yes, my earth essence is about to break through. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea. Originally, when he entered the depths of the sea, he was closer to the earth and resonated with it. This caused the earth mentality to show signs of loosening. After the continuous battle, Lu Ming had circulated the 5 kinds of mentality to the extreme. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, which made him feel closer to the earth mentality. It seemed that he could make a breakthrough at any time. Buzz. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel trembled. Together with Bubbles, Dandan, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others, Lu Ming exerted all his skills to the extreme. While they were fighting, Lu Ming was also comprehending the Earth Essence realm. As long as he successfully comprehended the Earth concept and broke through to the complete 4th level, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase slightly. He would have more confidence in breaking out of the encirclement. Mountain and sea slash. Haiyu roared. He had completely lost his patience. He exerted his combat strength to the maximum and was eager to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, he had returned to his human form. He held the giant axe, the Emperor's spiritual weapon, and slashed it at Lu Ming. The main intent that Haiyu had comprehended was the earth intent. As the battle axe slashed out, the terrifying pressure of the earth concept acted on Lu Ming's body, as if it was going to break his body. However, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. "I'll use you to help me break through." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He controlled the lightning cauldron and charged at Haiyu. This time, Lu Ming did not choose to retreat. Instead, he fought head-on with Haiyu. Ha-dai! Haiyu was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming charging at him. The power of the battle axe in his hand increased a little. Clang! The battle axe collided with the lightning cauldron, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying force gushed over. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Dandan, Bubble, help me block those sea demons for now. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirping. Pow Pow waved her hands and nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. On the other hand, Dandan was full of resentment. She mumbled and wanted Lu Ming to compensate her after the event. However, Dandan and Bubbles were indeed worthy of being in the top 10. Although they had yet to fully mature, they were able to unleash their full strength and coordinate with each other. Their various techniques were extremely profound. Although they couldn't defeat the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they were still able to delay him for a short while. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was focused on the battle with Haiyu. He wanted to make use of the vast ocean to break through the Earth Essence realm. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming used the Thunder Cauldron as a shield to block the opponent's Emperor's spiritual weapon and engaged in a great battle with Haiyu. Although Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage, Haiyu could not kill Lu Ming in a short time. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Soon. With the help of Haiyu's Earth concept and his own, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the Earth concept was deepening and he could make a breakthrough at any time. Earth, all-encompassing, able to breed life, breed all things, inclusive of everything, profound and vast. Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. At that moment, many figures appeared in the distance where Lu Ming and the rest were fighting. They were all people who had entered this place. They looked from afar and saw that there were high-level spiritual god experts and supreme being experts. At this moment, they were all extremely shocked. Is that Lu Ming's combat strength? This is really shocking. Isn't the youth champion a little too strong? Even after Haiyu and Supreme Flood Dragon used their Emperor's spiritual weapons, they still couldn't take him down. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's 2 pets are also extremely terrifying. The onlookers gasped in surprise and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Of course, there were also supreme martial artists who had other ideas. It seems like the cultivation method of the pure spirit body has fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The stronger Lu Ming is, the better. It would be best if he, Haiyu, and the others are both injured. Then I can just sit back and reap the benefits. Some supreme martial artists thought. In fact, this supreme martial artist wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other supreme martial artists also thought the same way. Each of these sovereigns had come in alone. At most, 2 of them would join forces. They were no match for Hai Yu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of Hai Yu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they would have no hope at all. However, if Lu Ming could fight with them and both of them would suffer, they would have a little hope. How is that possible? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? How can there be such a strong person in the younger generation? I can't accept this. Hai Tian muttered to himself not far away. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He was the most shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his imagination again and again. At this moment, the 9th island was packed with people. Many warriors who had low cultivation and couldn't go deep into the sea were waiting here. They couldn't enter the bottom of the sea, so they just waited here to see if there was a cultivation method for pure spirit bodies and who could get it. Sila! At this moment, the space suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out. It was an old man with gray hair, wearing a purple and gold robe. The moment he appeared, an earth-shattering aura spread out, making it difficult for people to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing on their bodies. The Emperor, it's the Emperor. Judging from the clothes, it's the Emperor of the Sea Suppressing Marshal's Mansion. The eldest young master of the Sea Suppressing Marshal's Mansion, Hai Yu, is fighting in person. Now, even the Emperor is here. Many people cried out in alarm as they looked at the elder in purple and gold with fear. Even the Emperor had been mobilized. After the old man in the purple gold robe appeared, he looked around casually and then stood calmly in the void. He did not go to the bottom of the sea. In the depths of the sea, in the ancient city, Lu Ming and Hai Yu exchanged a few more moves. Lu Ming, we have to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. We can't hold on much longer. Dandan shouted and waved her claws. All kinds of inscriptions formed a large array in the air. At the same time, Dandan also displayed all kinds of martial arts techniques, all of which were extremely profound and dazzling. I'll be done immediately. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Suddenly, among the 5 colored essences on his body, the khaki essence suddenly increased in power and surpassed the other 4 essences. He had finally made a breakthrough in his earth will, and it had reached the full circle of level 4. In this way, Lu Ming's 5 intents had all reached the full circle of level 4. Clang! The 5 intents combined with the lightning cauldron clashed with Hai Yu. There was a loud boom and Lu Ming retreated, but this time, he retreated even less than before. So what if I've broken through? I'll still die. Hai Yu bellowed and continued to charge at Lu Ming with his battle axe in hand. Dandan, Bubble, alright, get ready to break out. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and Bubbles. He was prepared to let Bubbles cast the space-time tunnel and break out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Primal Chaos Palace. A token suddenly flew out of Lu Ming's body and hovered above his head, emitting a brilliant light. It was a mixed essence token. The token that suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body was actually a primordial chaos token. Why did the mixed energy token suddenly appear at this time? Lu Ming was bewildered. As soon as the primordial chaos token appeared, the 5 intents on Lu Ming's body automatically wrapped around the primordial chaos token, making it glow even brighter. Boom! Hai Yu's axe landed on the light of the token. The light did not move at all. Instead, Hai Yu was pushed back by a powerful force. Then, the primordial chaos token released a beam of light that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming could feel a strong pulling force trying to pull him to another place. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Sila! All of a sudden, the space trembled and Lu Ming felt the world spinning. His vision turned black and he was plunged into boundless darkness. Lu Ming had a feeling that he seemed to be passing through a long void and on a journey. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that he had regained his ability to move. There was light shining into his eyes. Lu Ming opened his eyes instinctively and looked around. As expected, his surroundings had changed. He was no longer in the ancient underwater city, but in a hall. The main hall was tall and majestic. The surrounding walls were built with huge rocks and were filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura. Moreover, there was a kind of chaotic mist floating on the walls. Lu Ming had never seen this kind of mist before, but it gave him a lofty, ancient, and vast feeling. Where is this place? Did the primordial chaos token bring me here? Lu Ming had a series of questions in his heart. The primordial chaos token had suddenly appeared on its own and emitted a blinding light. The reason he had appeared here was definitely related to it. However, why did the mixed essence token suddenly act strangely and bring him here at that time? What was the reason? The more he thought about it, the more doubts Lu Ming had. Also, Dandan and Bubbles were still in the underwater ancient city and had not followed them. He did not know if they would be in danger facing Hai Yu and the others. Dandan and Bubble are both in the top 10. Their life-saving means must be superb. They should be fine. Lu Ming comforted himself. Then he looked around carefully. There was nothing in the empty hall, and no one was there. There was only a huge door in front of the hall, which seemed to be a passage. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Lu Ming opened his mouth, but there was no one. He did not get any reply. Lu Ming frowned and asked another question. However, there was still no answer. Just when Lu Ming thought that there were no living creatures here, a voice was suddenly heard. After so many years, someone has finally come. The voice was shrill and dry, without any emotion. "Senior, I'm Lu Ming. May I know why you've brought me here?" Lu Ming perked up when he heard the sound. He cupped his fists and said to the void, "The primordial chaos token brought you here because you met the requirements." The shriveled voice was heard again. Then, the space in front of Lu Ming rippled and a figure stepped out. What? Lu Ming was slightly stunned at the sight of this figure. This was because this figure was very strange. Although it had the appearance of a middle-aged man, its entire body was khaki. Even its skin and hair were khaki-colored, as if it was sculpted from rock. However, this khaki-colored burly man gave Lu Ming a feeling that he was vast and unfathomable. It was as if he was facing heaven and earth. He was definitely an unbelievable expert. His strength had exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. "You don't have to be surprised. I'm not a human. I'm just a puppet." The yellow-skinned man said. "A puppet?" Lu Ming was shocked. The khaki-colored man was actually a puppet. However, it seemed to possess the thoughts and emotions of a human. Moreover, its cultivation was unfathomable. It was actually a puppet. What kind of existence? How could he create such a puppet? "Senior, may I ask what this place is? How did I end up here?" Lu Ming humbly asked for guidance. "This is Hunyuan Sect, Primal Chaos Hall. Also, I'm to..." The khaki-colored man explained. "Hunyuan Sect, it's the Hunyuan Sect again." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the Divine Ruins, he had once heard Dandan mention that it was the Time and Space Spiritual Hall, which also belonged to the Hunyuan Sect. This place was also the Hunyuan Sect. As expected, the Battle of Providence was related to Hunyuan Sect. "Senior Earth One, could it be that this place is no longer in the primordial realm?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right, this place is the Heaven Realm." Earth One said. "Heaven Realm?" Lu Ming was shocked. The primordial chaos token had brought him to the Heaven Realm. "You should have a lot of questions, I can explain to you. You must have obtained a primordial chaos token through the Battle of Providence. There aren't many people who can obtain a primordial chaos token. Only people who are considered to have great potential can obtain a primordial chaos token. As for you, you must have cultivated 5 different elemental heaven and earth intents. Moreover, all 5 intents have reached the peak of level 4. That's why the Primal Chaos token activated and brought you to the Primal Chaos Palace. Here, you will be tested. If you can pass the test, you will be able to obtain the Chaos Scripture. You will be able to combine the 5 intents you have comprehended into one and transform it into the Supreme Chaos Intent. Earth One explained in detail. Chaos Intent? Is there really chaos will in the world? Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. He had heard of the chaos will before. It was a supreme will. It was said that the world and the universe came from the chaos. The chaos intent realm was an intent realm that transcended time and space. If the time and space concepts were the kings of the concepts, then the chaos concept was the emperor of the concepts. Lu Ming had always thought that the chaos concept was just a legend. He did not expect that such a concept really existed in the world. Furthermore, according to 2E, as long as Lu Ming passed the test, he would be able to obtain the chaos scripture and cultivate the chaos concept. Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat wildly. The chaos scripture was created by a supreme expert of the Hunyuan sect back then. One can cultivate the chaos will. After becoming an emperor, one can transform into the chaos domain and even the chaos laws. It's one of the strongest secret scriptures in the world. However, the conditions to cultivate it are extremely harsh. First, one must cultivate the will of 5 different attributes to the great circle of level 4. Alright, show me the intent realm you've comprehended. Earth One said. Alright. Lu Ming quickly nodded and unleashed his 5 intents. A 5-colored glow surrounded Lu Ming's body in a dazzling manner. The 5 intents were able to merge and separate at will. It was extremely profound. The trial of chaos intent and slaughter. The earth, wind, fire, thunder, and water essences are indeed 5 different essences, and they are all combined. You barely qualify for the test. However, whether you can get the chaos scripture and successfully cultivate it will still require a series of tests. Earth One looked at the 5 intents surrounding Lu Ming and nodded slightly. There was a glimmer of hope in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was amazed by the insane conditions for cultivating the chaos scripture. First of all, he had to comprehend the concepts of 5 completely different attributes. For example, Lu Ming's earth, wind, fire, thunder, and water concepts were 5 completely different concepts. If Lu Ming cultivated the earth concept and the other one was the mountain concept or the earth concept, it would not work. This was because the mountain concept, earth concept, and earth concept had the same attributes. Or, it would be impossible even if one cultivated the water concept, ice concept, swamp concept, and so on, because the fundamental attributes were the same. Only the intent of 5 completely different elements had been cultivated to the full circle of level 4. This condition was hard to find even 1 in a billion geniuses. Furthermore, he had to successfully merge all 5 intents. This was even more difficult and harsh. If not for Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline, he would not have been able to achieve it. Lu Ming could not imagine who else in the world could meet such a requirement other than him. And this was only the preliminary requirements of the test. If he wanted to cultivate, he still needed to go through the test. Well, that's all I have to say. Now take the test. Go through that passage and keep going. If you can walk to the end, you will get the chaos scripture and cultivate the chaos will. If you fail halfway, you will be teleported out, and I will send you back. Also, in this place, time is accelerated many times. Even if you stay here for a few years, only a moment will pass in the outside world. So, you can rest assured and accept the test. Earth One said. A few years here is only a short while in the outside world. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. What he was worried about was that if he stayed here for too long, there would be changes in the outside world, like Dandan and Bubbles, or the situation in the divine wilderness. But now, Lu Ming did not need to worry. A few years here was only a short while in the outside world. What was there to worry about? At the same time, he marveled at Hunyuan sect's strength. Hunyuan sect. What kind of power was that? It was truly unfathomable and unimaginably powerful. I must get the chaos scripture. With his worries gone, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He clenched his fists. If he could successfully cultivate the legendary chaos will, his combat power would increase by a terrifying amount. It would become his most powerful trump card. More importantly, the help it would bring in the future would be unimaginable. Lu Ming's gaze slowly became determined. Senior Earth 1, this junior will be going. Lu Ming cupped his fists at 2E and stepped forward, walking towards the passage. His figure slowly disappeared into the passage. How many years has it been? I've finally waited for someone. This time, I must succeed. Looking at Lu Ming's disappearing back, 2Yi's eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. He had already waited for countless years. Over the long years, there were also outstanding heaven's favorites who met the requirements and were brought here. Unfortunately, no one had been able to make it to the end, pass all the tests, and cultivate the chaos will. Therefore, he could only wait. Every time someone came, it was a ray of hope. He was filled with anticipation and hoped that someone would succeed in cultivating it. Earth 1 stood quietly in the hall and waited. Lu Ming stepped into the passage. At first, everything was calm. However, after walking for a while, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Kill, kill, kill. All of a sudden, roars filled with killing intent were heard. Endless killing intent suddenly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. It was as if countless wild beasts had been triggered in his heart. Lu Ming's heart was filled with endless murderous intent. This kind of killing intent was too cold and too strong. An ordinary person would turn into an idiot if they were struck by this kind of killing intent. However, Lu Ming's eyes only flickered for a moment at the beginning. He immediately calmed down. It's another test of killing intent. However, it's far inferior to the endless killing intent of the third bloodline. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. His gaze became calmer and calmer, not affected by his killing intent. In fact, Lu Ming also understood why there was a test of killing intent. This was because in a warrior's life, if he wanted to reach the peak, he had to kill his way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This path was destined to be a bloody one, a path filled with killing intent. Those who were not determined would be influenced by the killing intent. Therefore, some of the more powerful inheritances would set up a test to test the killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's third bloodline had endless killing intent. These tests were child's play compared to the third bloodline. Lu Ming remained unmoved despite the killing intent enveloping him. His eyes were calm as he walked forward step by step, determined. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed again. The endless killing intent disappeared without a trace. Squeak! A melodious chirping of birds rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was crisp and pleasant. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it waves of fragrant flowers that refreshed one's mind. It was completely different from the endless killing intent just now. Lu Ming could not help but calm down. Lu Ming looked up and realized that he was outside a small mountain village. In front of them was a small mountain village. The small village was surrounded by green grass and colorful flowers. Birds were flying and chirping, making the village look like a paradise. Ding-ling-ling. A melodious voice rang out. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She was very pink and had a red face. She was very cute. There was a string of bells on her wrists and ankles. When she walked, they made melodious sounds. The little girl jogged to Lu Ming's side and looked at him curiously. She whispered, "Big brother, are you an outsider? Are you lost? Come to my house, Ling Ling will treat you to milk tea." With that, the little girl pulled Lu Ming's big hand and walked towards the village. She was so innocent and cute that Lu Ming could not bear to reject her. "Hello, young man." An honest-looking man was carrying a bunch of firewood. When he saw Lu Ming, he smiled and greeted him. Even though Lu Ming knew that this was an illusion, he could not help but be influenced by this simplicity. A smile appeared on his face and he nodded at the burly man. "Mother, this big brother is lost. I brought him here as a guest to treat him to milk tea." The little girl pulled Lu Ming and walked into the village. They came to a wooden house. In front of the wooden house, there was a young woman in her 30s. When she saw Lu Ming, she flashed a clean smile and patted the little girl's head lovingly. "Since you're Ling Ling's friend, you're also Mother's friend. Wait here, I'll go get the milk tea." The young woman walked into the house and quickly took out a tea brick to make tea for Lu Ming. Very soon, the strong fragrance of milk tea wafted in front of the wooden house. Lu Ming's killing path. "Lingling, you have a friend now. Can you buy me a drink too?" A white-haired old man walked over and smiled. "Fifth Grandpa, of course you can," the little girl said with a smile. The small mountain village was very simple. No one was scheming and their smiles were clean. Lu Ming could not help but be infected. He picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was very sweet. "Big brother, is it good?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's good." Lu Ming smiled. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl revealed a happy smile and jumped around. The bells on her wrists and ankles rang with a pleasant sound. The people in the small mountain village were all very simple. Lu Ming's arrival attracted many people to watch. However, most of them were very simple and honest. They smiled at Lu Ming, and their smiles revealed their sincerity. "I wonder what this illusionary realm will test." Lu Ming sipped his milk tea and a thought flashed across his mind. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of the air being cut. It was very light, like a child holding a sharp blade and stabbing it at Lu Ming. The sound was very light. However, with Lu Ming's cultivation level, he could still hear it clearly. It was Lingling, the little girl. A dagger appeared in her hand and she stabbed it at Lu Ming's stomach. At this moment, the little girl was not naive at all. Her face was filled with ferocity. "Kill!" The little girl shouted and stabbed the dagger straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated slightly and dodged the little girl's attack. "Kill!" A cold shout came from behind. The little girl's mother, the kind young woman, was also holding a sword and stabbing at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Following that, the old man on the right, the little girl's fifth grandpa, who was simple and honest earlier, also took out a knife and slashed at Lu Ming. Their strength was very small and weak, just like an ordinary villager. However, each of them seemed to have a deep hatred for Lu Ming and wanted to kill him. Lu Ming retreated casually and dodged all the attacks. However, they did not give up and charged at Lu Ming. "Kill!" Other than the little girl and the rest, the other villagers also took out their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. "What are you guys doing?" Lu Ming shouted. However, no one said a word. They charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. When Lu Ming retreated, they continued to charge at him. All around the small mountain village, the originally simple and honest villagers rushed towards Lu Ming as if they had gone mad. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, and all kinds of weapons were thrust and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged the attack. He wanted to soar into the sky and leave this place, but he realized that he could not. He was blocked by a force. "Kill!" More and more villagers charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ding ling ling. The little girl, Lingling, was at the forefront. She aimed a dagger at Lu Ming's stomach. Lu Ming dodged continuously, but the number of villagers increased and they surrounded him in all directions. Lu Ming's gaze turned colder and colder. "I don't kill innocent people, but if you want to kill me, then I'm not innocent. Since we're enemies, then I'll kill you. Kill!" As soon as Lu Ming uttered the word "kill," a cold, killing intent burst out from his body. A long spear appeared in his hands. With a flash of the long spear, the sky was filled with spear shadows. The spear was thrust out, and the first to bear the brunt was the little girl. The spear ray pierced through the space between her eyebrows, nailing her to the ground. After that, it was the young woman and the simple-minded fifth grandfather. An originally kind and simple person had been assassinated by Lu Ming. At first, Lu Ming's heart trembled. However, his gaze was soon replaced by a cold look. On the path of martial arts, since he had to kill, he would kill them thoroughly. Kill! Kill! The spear ray howled. How could these villagers resist it? They were killed one by one. Corpses covered the mountain village and blood dyed the paradise red. Lu Ming strode forward and walked out of the mountain village. There were still villagers charging at Lu Ming from all directions. In the end, they all turned into corpses. Very soon, Lu Ming stepped out of the village and saw a town that was even bigger than the previous village. Many people saw Lu Ming and shouted with red eyes, "Murderer! He's killing the innocent! Kill him!" In the town, more and more people were charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have a choice. He could only kill his way out. Blood qi filled the air, and millions of corpses lay on the ground. Wherever Lu Ming went, everyone who saw him would want to kill him. Lu Ming had no choice but to kill them. Slowly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He exuded a cold killing intent and his gaze became colder and colder. Outside, in the great hall, Earth One was staring at a round ball in front of him. The image on the ball was the one where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space, and a golden figure appeared beside Earth One. Gold One. Earth One nodded. How is it? You can't even pass the first stage, right? Gold One said. I don't know. The first stage is very difficult. A martial arts expert can't be soft-hearted. If he meets an enemy, he must kill them no matter what. This is necessary. If he's soft-hearted, he'll only die in the hands of the enemy. However, in the endless slaughter, in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, you have to stay clear-headed and keep your heart unchanged. Some people's hearts will slowly change in the endless slaughter and eventually turn into killing machines. But that's useless. Dao Tuyi's brows furrowed slightly. That's right. Humans are easily lost. Gold One said. Suddenly, the space moved again, and a few more figures appeared. They were puppets like 2E, but their colors were different. They were Lightning One, Wood One, Water One, and so on. The moment these figures appeared, they all stared at the round ball without blinking. It's been so many years. I hope this kid can pass. Gold One sighed. Everyone looked on silently. Lu Ming's massacre continued. His eyes were getting redder and redder, and the killing intent on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Kill, kill, kill everything. There was a voice in his mind that kept roaring, as if it wanted to drown Lu Ming in endless slaughter. This kind of killing intent, was born in Lu Ming's heart, not from the outside world. Even the third bloodline could not help Lu Ming. Suppress. Suddenly, a loud voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. It was the voice from the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming shivered and his mind regained a trace of clarity. That's not right. I, Lu Ming, have only killed my enemies and not the innocent. No matter how many enemies I kill, they are still my enemies and have nothing to do with others. Even if I have to kill, I'll kill those who deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's mind whirred and his eyes slowly regained clarity. In the end, he simply sat down cross-legged and his mind entered a state of emptiness. In the outside world, the attacks landed on Lu Ming's body and dissipated one after another, unable to hurt him at all. Martial technique of creation, Earth origin technique. After a few hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes had regained their clarity. The killing intent in his eyes had completely disappeared. There was only calmness and peace. The people around him were still attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and his essential core burst forth, condensing into an endless spear light. He pierced through the people and killed them all. However, this time, Lu Ming's heart did not waver at all. On this path filled with killing, he would no longer be controlled by killing and become a killing machine. In the hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others smiled when they saw this. He passed the first test. Earth 1 said with a smile. Although I passed the first stage, the later stages are even more difficult. Gold 1 sighed. Don't rush, take it one step at a time, Earth 1 said. The others nodded and continued to watch. This time, Lu Ming did not stop. Endless spear radiance burst forth from his body. He traveled dozens of miles with each step. With every step he took, everything that stood in his way was turned into ashes. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding environment changed again. Lu Ming was back in the passageway. Congratulations on passing the first stage. A voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. After that, there was no more sound. This is only the first stage? It's really difficult. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. After entering this passage, there would be endless killing intent that would suddenly descend on them. Then, they would enter the illusion and lose themselves in the killing. Initially, Lu Ming thought that this was already the second stage. He did not expect that it was only the first stage. The first stage was already so difficult. Who knew what they would face in the future? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence and fighting spirit. He strode forward. The passage was very long and seemed to have no end. Lu Ming walked for half an hour and the passage in front suddenly became wide, like a stone room. The stone room was filled with dense and mysterious carvings. One could faintly feel the aura of the earth. In front of the stone room, there was a yellow light curtain blocking the way. On the walls, there is the Earth Essence Martial Technique, the Earth Aeon Technique. Only those who have successfully cultivated the Earth Aeon Technique can break through the light curtain. You can only pass this stage if you have successfully comprehended the Earth Aeon Technique on the walls. You only have half a year. The voice from before rang in Lu Ming's mind again. Martial skill of Earth Essence, Earth Origin Technique? To successfully cultivate it in half a year? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The assessment this time was a martial arts technique of the creation of the earth. Furthermore, it would take half a year. Lu Ming was absolutely confident. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the carvings on the wall and he began to comprehend them in detail. In Lu Ming's eyes, the carvings seemed to come to life. They were like tiny snakes slithering on the wall, turning into wonderful martial arts techniques. Earth Concept Martial Technique. How wonderful! As soon as he looked at it, Lu Ming felt that this martial arts technique of creation was extremely wonderful and mysterious. It seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Lu Ming had previously cultivated the martial arts technique, Thunder God Strike, with the concept of thunder. The difficulty of cultivating the Thunder God Strike was already astonishingly high. It was 100 times more difficult than ordinary martial arts techniques. However, the difficulty level of the Earth Aeon Technique was much higher than that of the Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming stood there and observed it carefully for 3 days, but he still could not find any clues. It was no wonder that he would be able to pass the test as long as he succeeded in cultivating it within half a year. The difficulty of cultivation was simply too great. In the hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others watched quietly. I wonder if this kid can successfully comprehend it within half a year. Someone said. If you really need half a year to successfully comprehend it, then there's no hope for the later stages. Gold 1 said. That's right. Based on past experience, the shorter the time used, the greater the chances of success. Some people only manage to comprehend it in half a year, or even 5 months. This shows that their potential is limited, and they will definitely fail in the later stages. Earth 1 sighed. The shorter the time he took to pass this checkpoint, the greater the hope he would have in the future. In the past, the person who used the shortest time was 3 months and 15 days, but he still didn't reach the end. In my opinion, only if he successfully comprehended it within 3 months will he have the hope of passing the test. Gold 1 said. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. It was already quite good to be able to comprehend it in half a year. To comprehend it in 3 months was simply too difficult. In the stone room, Lu Ming was still motionless, carefully sensing the carvings around him. In Lu Ming's eyes, those marks seemed to have turned into tiny people who were practicing the martial arts technique of the creation of the earth and the earth aeon technique. The core of the martial technique of conception is the conception. The potential and power of the conception can be fully exerted. The power can be exerted by 10 times or even 100 times. Therefore, to practice the martial technique of conception, one must start from the conception. Slowly, Lu Ming closed his eyes. The tiny figures formed by the marks disappeared, leaving only the will of the earth in Lu Ming's heart. Slowly, the earth essence realm and the marks began to overlap. In this place, one could not use the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend. One could only rely on oneself. Time passed by quickly. 5 days, 10 days, a month. After a month and a half, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He took a step forward and the ground let out a dull roar. At the same time, he threw a punch. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as a thunderbolt. It seemed to suppress everything and had a feeling of the prison suppressing heavenly art. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He kept swinging his fists and the void rumbled and exploded. In the main hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others' eyes lit up. That's fast. It's only been half a month, and he's already grasped the technique. Amazing. It's too amazing. Although he has only touched the door, it has only been 1.5 months. He really has a chance to succeed in the training in 3 months. There's hope. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others exclaimed excitedly, their eyes revealing a strong sense of hope. They had waited for too long and did not want to wait any longer. In the stone room, Lu Ming was practicing non-stop, seemingly without stopping. Time continued to pass. The power of Lu Ming's punches grew stronger and stronger, and the world trembled with his punches. 2.5 months had passed. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the earth concept burst forth with the fist force. It was extremely powerful. The earth element technique. This was the earth element technique. Lu Ming had successfully cultivated it. Although they were both artistic conception martial skills, the earth aeon skill was obviously at a higher level than the Thunder God Strike, and it was more powerful as well. Although it was only at the first level, its power was equivalent to the second level of the Thunder God Strike. 2.5 months. I don't know what level he's at. Let's get through this first. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He then stepped forward and came before the khaki-colored light screen. He threw a punch. Gotcha! The khaki-colored light screen shattered like glass, turning into light spots and dissipating. Lu Ming walked over and continued forward. Behind the light screen, there was still a passage, but not long after, Lu Ming came to another stone room. Battle between martial techniques and concepts. It was almost exactly the same as the previous stone room. The walls of the stone chamber were filled with carvings. The difference was that these carvings were filled with the aura of the concept of fire. In front of him, there was also a fiery red light screen blocking his way. The martial arts technique of the creation of fire, the fire elemental technique, is on the walls. Only by successfully cultivating the fire elemental technique within half a year can you break through the light curtain and enter the next level. That voice rang in Lu Ming's mind again. This time, it's the martial arts technique of the creation of fire, the fire elemental technique. Could it be that it is based on the intent realm I have comprehended? I have comprehended 5 types of intent realm, so do I have to practice 5 types of intent realm martial arts techniques? Lu Ming could not help but guess in his heart. He looked at the light screen, then walked over, activated the Earth Aeon technique, and punched it. After the violent fist force hit the light curtain, it did not move at all, not even a ripple could be seen. Then, Lu Ming switched to the Thunder God Strike, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, and so on. However, they were all useless. There was not a single ripple on the light screen. As expected, it was useless to try to be opportunistic. He still needed to master the fire elemental technique successfully before he could pass the test. Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He started to look at the engravings and started to understand the fire elemental technique. With his previous experience, Lu Ming got into the zone very quickly. The fire elemental technique was also more powerful than the Thunder God strike, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also terrifying. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. Time passed. 2 months and 12 days later, Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in flames, like a god of fire. With a casual strike, the power of the concept of fire exploded to the extreme, unleashing a terrifying power. He had successfully cultivated the fire elemental technique. I've succeeded. I've successfully cultivated it again. Haha. It's still within 3 months. This time, it only took 2 months and 12 days. I've saved 3 days compared to the Earth Aeon technique. There's hope. There's hope this time. This Lu Ming's comprehension is too strong. There's really hope this time. In the hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others cheered in excitement. In the past, the fastest person to successfully cultivate a martial technique of creation took 3.5 months. However, Lu Ming only took 2.5 months for the first technique and 3 days for the second technique. He had surpassed everyone else in the past. The shorter the time, the greater the potential. Only then would he have a chance to pass the final trial. Boom! Lu Ming pointed his finger and cast the fire elemental technique. The concept of fire gathered at the tip of his finger and touched the fiery red light screen. The light screen shattered and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled and continued to walk forward. As Lu Ming had expected, they arrived at another stone room after a short walk. There were also carvings on the walls of the stone room, and at the end of the stone room, there was also a light screen. This time, he needed to comprehend the martial technique of wind concept, the wind origin technique. Lu Ming did not want to waste any time. He immediately entered the state and began to comprehend. This time, Lu Ming had used 2 days less. He only used 2 months and 10 days to successfully comprehend the wind element technique and passed this stage. Not long after, they arrived at the next stage. This time, it was the water elemental technique, a martial technique of the creation of water. This time, the time was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 8 days to successfully cultivate and pass the stage. Then it was time for the 5th stage. He needed to cultivate the martial technique, thunder origin technique, of the creation of thunder. Compared to Lu Ming, the thunder origin spell was much easier. This was because Lu Ming had cultivated the Thunder God strike before and had more experience in cultivating martial arts techniques with the concept of thunder. Hence, it was easier for him to cultivate it. In the end, Lu Ming only used a total of 2 months to successfully cultivate the lightning elemental technique and passed this stage. Congratulations, you've passed the 2nd stage. When Lu Ming passed through the 5th light screen, a voice rang in his mind. From start to finish, Lu Ming used less than a year to pass the 2nd stage and cultivate 5 powerful martial arts techniques of creation. I've really made a profit. Even if I don't get the chaos scripture this time, I've still made a profit. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. These 5 martial techniques of intent were priceless in the outside world. They were not comparable to techniques of intent like Thunder God Strike. Each of them was the best among the martial techniques of intent. If Lu Ming could cultivate the 5 types of martial arts techniques to the highest level, his combat strength would increase dramatically. Let's continue. I must get the chaos scripture. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was just a test, but he could obtain 5 such wonderful martial arts techniques of creation. The chaos scripture must be extremely amazing. Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, the light in front of him brightened up and Lu Ming came to a fighting ring. The fighting stage was huge, with a length and width of more than 100 miles. The battle platform, could it be a test of combat prowess? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Buzz. Buzz. Bush. When Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring, 5 figures suddenly condensed in front of him. The 5 figures were all tall and burly men, but their skin colors were different. Some were yellow, some were green, some were blue, and some were red. It was similar to Earth One whom Lu Ming had seen before. It seemed to be a puppet. In the last round, use the Earth Origin Technique, Thunder Origin Technique, Fire Origin Technique, Water Origin Technique, and Wind Origin Technique to defeat the 5 puppets. Any other martial techniques will be ineffective. The time limit is 2 years. A voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. For the last trial, he only had to defeat these 5 puppets within 2 years. Lu Ming just had a thought. Buzz! One of the 5 figures pounced toward Lu Ming. This figure was khaki-colored and was using the Earth Origin Technique. It threw a punch at Lu Ming, and the essence of the earth filled the air. A powerful pressure was exerted on Lu Ming. The puppet's cultivation level was not weaker than Lu Ming's. With the addition of the Earth Aeon Technique, it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom! The vital essence in Lu Ming's body exploded and the Earth concept spread. He cast the Earth Aeon Technique and punched his opponent. When the 2 fists met, Lu Ming felt an earth-shattering force surging toward him. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. Its mastery of the Earth Aeon Technique is far above mine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Bang! The khaki-colored puppet stepped onto the fighting stage and charged toward Lu Ming. Its fist force was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as the earth. Undefeatable! Lu Ming had a thought. In a situation where they had the same strength, Lu Ming's mastery of the Earth Aeon Technique was not as good as his opponent's. He was not his opponent's match at all. As for other martial skills, they would be ineffective. Roar! A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body as the 9 streams of dragon energy exploded. The dragon power burst forth, and Lu Ming's strength increased dramatically. He cast the Earth Aeon Technique and threw a punch. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because the khaki-colored puppet's strength had also increased rapidly. It was not any weaker than Lu Ming's dragon power. In addition to the more powerful Earth Aeon Technique, the other party's strength still overwhelmed Lu Ming. Fusion of martial techniques and concepts. Bang! The 2 fists collided and Lu Ming was still forced to retreat. Bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His 3rd bloodline emerged and a surge of energy surged into his body, increasing his strength once again. However, as Lu Ming's strength increased, the khaki-colored puppet's strength would increase as well. Following that, Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art to increase its power. Correspondingly, the other party's strength also increased rapidly. It was useless. No matter how Lu Ming increased his strength, the other party would also increase his strength. It's indeed useless. In the end, we must use martial techniques of creation. Lu Ming sighed and put away his bloodline and dragon power. As expected, the other party's strength had weakened as well. His basic strength was still at the same level as Lu Ming's. Then I'll fight with martial arts techniques of creation. Lu Ming only used his essential core and cast the Earth Aeon Technique to fight the other party. Unfortunately, his opponent's martial arts technique of creation was more powerful than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still no match for his opponent. In less than 10 moves, he was blasted off the fighting ring. The moment Lu Ming got off the fighting ring, the other party stopped attacking. This trial seems to be very difficult. Only 1 khaki-colored puppet has made a move. There are still 4 other puppets who haven't made a move. I wonder if the other 5 puppets will join forces. If they join forces, the difficulty will be even more terrifying. No wonder it took 2 years. Lu Ming was thinking quickly. It seems that I can only pass this stage by quickly improving the level of my martial arts techniques. Then, let's continue the battle. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He took a step forward and returned to the fighting ring. The martial arts technique of creation that the other party used was exactly the same as his. The continuous battle would be of great help to Lu Ming's understanding of the martial arts technique of creation. Buzz! This time, it wasn't the khaki-colored puppet that attacked. Instead, it was a fiery red puppet that attacked. It used the fire elemental technique and was filled with an explosive attack. Lu Ming also cast the fire elemental technique to fight it. The other party's fire elemental technique was obviously more powerful than Lu Ming's. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it would be difficult for him to resist. How exquisite! So the fire elemental technique can be used in this way. As he fought, Lu Ming sensed the fire elemental technique cast by the other party. At the same time, it matched with his own cultivation and increased his understanding of the fire elemental technique. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming was struck down from the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He went up to the fighting ring. This time, it was a green puppet that attacked. The opponent used the wind elemental technique. Just like that, once Lu Ming was knocked off the fighting ring, he would immediately go up and fight with his opponent. As he fought, he comprehended martial arts techniques of creation, making rapid progress. Every time, he would only stop devouring the rough stones to replenish his essential core when Lu Ming's essential core was exhausted. Cultivation knew no time, and time flew by quickly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the past half a year, apart from recovering his essential core, Lu Ming had been fighting the 5 puppets. His understanding of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation had improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming had made major breakthroughs in all 5 types of martial arts techniques. He had entered the 3rd stage and his power had increased greatly. Boom! Lu Ming used the Earth Aeon technique to fight the khaki-colored puppet. Lu Ming's fist force was powerful and heavy, and the Earth concept was integrated into it. Every punch seemed to be suppressing the opponent with the Earth. The power was extremely shocking. The 2 fists collided, and the khaki-colored puppet's body was sent flying far away, falling at the edge of the fighting ring. Get down! Lu Ming charged toward the khaki-colored puppet. Buzz! However, at that moment, a green figure flashed. The green puppet pounced at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of its hand, the wind element technique cut open the space and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, a blazing aura filled the air and a fiery red figure pounced at Lu Ming. Then it was the blue puppet and the purple puppet. The khaki-colored puppets rose as well. The 5 puppets pounced at Lu Ming. Indeed, as Lu Ming had guessed, the 5 puppets had joined forces. The combined might of the 5 puppets was shocking. Lu Ming was forced to retreat continuously. Most importantly, when Lu Ming cast one of the martial arts techniques of creation, he would be restrained by the corresponding puppet and would not be able to unleash his full power. Lu Ming could only constantly change the martial arts techniques of creation, casting 5 types of martial arts techniques in turns to block the opponent's attacks. However, it took time for the 5 intents to rotate. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a flaw. Lu Ming was forced to retreat continuously and was thrown off the fighting ring after a few moves. The 5 puppets are too powerful and flawless when they join forces. I'm no match for them when I use only one martial technique of intent. If I can perfectly transform all 5 martial techniques of intent, there might be hope. Lu Ming pondered and then went up to the fighting ring. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, the 5 puppets charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only do his best to continuously switch between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation and fight the 5 puppets. In the beginning, Lu Ming was no match for him at all. This was because there would always be gaps in the transition between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation. It was not perfect and the opponent would seize the opportunity to defeat him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more skilled at switching between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation. A few months later, Lu Ming could easily switch between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation perfectly. He could cast any martial arts technique of creation with ease. He could even separate his left and right hands to cast different martial arts techniques of creation. At this point, Lu Ming had finally blocked the attacks of the 5 puppets. Fuse. However, at this moment, the khaki-colored puppets spoke indifferently. Then, the 5 puppets' figures changed and 5 martial arts techniques of intent were blasted out. They fused together and formed a chaotic color that blasted toward Lu Ming. The 5 martial arts techniques of creation were actually fused together, and their power increased crazily. With just one move, Lu Ming was sent flying out of the arena. "No way! You can play like this!" Lu Ming screamed in his heart. The difficulty of this trial was simply too high. The techniques of the 5 puppets were becoming more and more powerful, and now, they were actually able to fuse 5 martial techniques of intent together. Fusion? Right, fusion. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Could this be the prerequisite for cultivating chaos will? Only by fusing 5 martial techniques of intent together would one be qualified to cultivate chaos intent. Lu Ming could not help but guess. These checkpoints were not only tests, but also tempering. Only those who could break through under such training could walk to the end and successfully cultivate the chaos will. The chaos will was the king of the will between heaven and earth. It was absolutely terrifying. However, it was not hard to imagine that the difficulty of cultivating it was absolutely terrifying. The conditions for cultivating it were also extremely harsh. Not everyone could successfully cultivate it. Only when certain conditions were met would one be able to successfully cultivate it. The tests along the way were probably to prepare for the cultivation of the chaos will. If he could not pass all the tests along the way, he would not be qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture, nor would he be able to successfully cultivate the chaos will. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. "Come on. I don't believe that I can't fuse 5 martial techniques of creation." Lu Ming hollered and rushed up to the fighting ring to fight the 5 puppets. Success, Primal Chaos Emperor. In the main hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others stared at the ball and observed it carefully. "He's at the last stage. I wonder if he can succeed." Gold 1 sighed, his eyes full of hope but also a little worry. The last stage is the key. In history, there have been people who have reached this stage, but they all failed at the last step. If they can't merge the 5 martial techniques of intent into one, it's impossible to successfully cultivate the chaos intent. Earth 1 said, "This kid's results are the best in history. I hope he can succeed." A fiery red figure spoke. "I hope so." The others sighed. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming had just gone up when he was blasted down. Again! Lu Ming was not discouraged at all. He rushed up to the fighting ring again. The 5 puppets attacked at the same time. They fused 5 wills and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spiritual senses were constantly scanning how the 5 puppets had integrated the 5 martial arts techniques of the 5 concepts. He was also constantly analyzing in his mind. The power of the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of intent was too strong. In less than 2 moves, Lu Ming was blasted out of the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again! Again! Lu Ming was not discouraged. He went up to the fighting ring and continued to fight, regardless of his injuries. Time passed day by day. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only block 1 or 2 moves. As time went on, the number of moves he could block increased and the time he could last grew longer. After another half a year, Lu Ming could already withstand more than 10 moves. At this point, there were still 9 months to go before the 2 years were up. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation. Each of the 5 martial techniques had its own system. Each of them was a profound exploration of their own martial techniques. They were all unique. It was too difficult to merge them into one. It seems that when I fused the 5 kinds of will before, I only had a superficial fusion. It was not a true and complete fusion. If it was a complete fusion, the 5 kinds of will would not be separated, but would become a new kind of will. After this period of time, Lu Ming also understood that his so-called fusion of the 5 concepts in the past was only a superficial fusion. He was still a long way from a complete fusion. The fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent realms still needs to start from the fusion of intent realm. Lu Ming was analyzing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. He then went up to the fighting ring to verify his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's 5-colored conception surrounded him, and he instantly used 5 kinds of conception martial arts techniques: flame, thunder, and wind. It whistled through the fighting ring and blasted towards the 5 puppets. However, under the fusion of the 5 martial arts techniques of the 5 puppets, the powerful attack instantly fell apart. It was completely outmatched. It was like steel striking tofu. Continue. Lu Ming continuously struck out 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation, trying to merge them. Yes, this is the feeling. As long as we continue down this path, we will eventually succeed. Although he still failed, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally felt that he had found the right direction. As long as he found the right direction, he would eventually succeed. The great battle continued. Half a month later, Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. This time, only 4 martial arts techniques of intent were unleashed. It was not that he was short of one, but that Lu Ming had successfully fused 2 of them. I've finally succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After such a long time, he had finally taken the first step. If he fused 2, then fusing 3, 4, or even 5 would be a matter of time. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to fight. In the hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. He's succeeded. He's successfully fused 2. He's not far from success. Number 1 in history. In the past, no one has ever been able to reach this stage. There's hope. The inheritance of venerable sovereigns? Is there finally a successor? Gold 1 and the others laughed. They were extremely happy and excited. In the beginning, it would be relatively easy to merge the 2. However, it would become more and more difficult to merge the 3, 4, and 5 types. However, Lu Ming had found the right direction. He had a clear goal. He was improving at every moment and was approaching his goal. Time passed day by day, 1 month. It was getting closer and closer to the 2 years. Lu Ming had also made a major breakthrough. He had successfully fused 3 types and then 4 types. When there was still a month left until the 2 years were up, Lu Ming had finally successfully fused 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation into 1 martial arts technique of creation. Boom! Primal chaos energy filled the air, and the terrifying power scattered the attacks of the 5 puppets, and the powerful energy continued to blast out. Bang! 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 The 5 puppets were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell outside the fighting ring. Although the 5 puppets had also fused 5 martial arts techniques of creation, they were, after all, separated by 5 people. Lu Ming was alone, so the fusion was purer and the power was greater. Naturally, the combat power he unleashed was stronger. He succeeded. Let's go and take a look. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the rest roared excitedly. Then their figures moved and they all disappeared from the hall. The next moment, the space on the battle stage where Lu Ming was at cracked open and Earth 1 and the rest stepped out. Senior Earth 1. Lu Ming was slightly stunned when he saw Earth 1. He then cupped his fists and saluted, looking at Gold 1 and the rest. Lu Ming, there's no need to be so polite. Congratulations on passing all the levels and gaining the right to cultivate the Chaos Scripture. Let me introduce you. This is Gold 1, Thunder 1. Earth 1 laughed heartily and was extremely excited. He introduced Gold 1 and the rest to Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets all the seniors. Although he knew that Gold 1 and the rest were puppets, Lu Ming still bowed respectfully. Hi, you're welcome. Once you've successfully cultivated the Chaos Scripture, you'll be the successor of the venerable sovereigns and our master. Gold 1 laughed so hard that he could not close his mouth. Venerable sovereign. Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, let me make it clear to you. This is the Chaos Hall of the Primordial Chaos Sect. The Hall Master is the Chaos the Arch. The Chaos the Arch is one of the most powerful experts in the Primordial Chaos Sect. His combat strength is unparalleled and he dominates the world. He is the strongest expert in the world. As long as you successfully cultivate the Chaos Scripture, you'll be the successor of the Chaos the Arch. Naturally, you'll also be our master. 2E explained. The Primal Chaos Hall is part of the Primordial Chaos Sect. Senior, may I know if there's a space-time spiritual hall in the Primordial Chaos Sect? Lu Ming asked curiously. You know about the Time and Space Spiritual Hall? The Time and Space Spiritual Hall is one of the 9 halls of Hunyuan Sect. The Hall Master of the Time and Space Spiritual Hall is the Time and Space Spiritual Rat, one of the top 10 war beasts. It is also a top expert in the world, but it is still slightly inferior to the Chaos Supreme Emperor. Earth 1 explained. When he spoke of the Chaos the Arch, his face was filled with pride. The Chaos the Arch is so powerful. He's even stronger than the top 10 war beasts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was looking forward to the Chaos Scripture even more. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.